But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't go well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Wow.
that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
balance. Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology. It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Yo. Like, hit, subscribe, tell a friend, Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Check.
You gotta start doing mic checks. It sounds like it's not plugged in or something.
Yo.
And the sound
like,
effects.
Subscribe, tell a friend.
Sound effects really low.
Check.
Okay, your mic is good. Mic is good. Sound effects bad.
Wow.
Check. Yo, we here. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Hamp Stand P in the building. Sherelle, what's popping?
What's up, Hamp?
What's goody?
I'm good. How you feeling? You had fun yesterday?
Yeah, man. That nigga shot is great. I ain't gonna lie. Like, the messaging he put in that short film over the course of 26 minutes was amazing to me. Like, genuinely, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, I wouldn't badmouth the shit either way, you know, but I'm saying, like, genuinely, like, it was well thought out. It had you didn't quite understand initially, which is the makings of a great film. Mm-hmm. Like, who's what's what does it mean? Is it what's the word I'm looking for? Symbolism and etc. So it was awesome, man. He had a lot of love and support there, a bunch of family, friends, people that he actually went to school with. film and all that, right? Actual critics, other filmmakers, building and networking. So it was dope, man. Me and Bravo Tech had a good time. We went out after, salute to Jackson. But that shit was good. He probably driving back now from down there, I think. No, I think he left early, 6, 7, 8, 9. He probably almost home.
Y'all had a boys' night out.
But yo, we're gonna premiere it or something. We gotta do something like, yeah.
You gotta watch it or something, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I got Love C had an idea that I think we're gonna adopt for sure. Cause I mean, I had to stand up. I had to give it a standing ovation. You know what I mean? And then everybody gonna copy me and stand up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, no, stand up now. Yeah, I mean, I stood up first, but y'all could copy me if y'all want to.
You just hurry up and stood up. Everybody was gonna stand up anyway.
No, I was kind of clapping, and I was looking. I was like, you know what? This deserves a standing ovation. Real, I had to stop myself from cussing because Ma was there. You know what I'm saying? But it was, like there was things I was like, that don't make sense. And then I'm like, oh, it make all the sense in the world. Like that's how good it was. Feel me?
Yeah.
And salute this shot, man. Damn, that shit, yo. It was good, man. What's up with you?
Another day.
Another day, another dime, huh? It used to be $1. Dime. Huh?
It's not $1 no more? Damn, inflation.
No. Inflation. Yeah. Damn, yo. We are speaking of that. You know how we did the funding for Homeboy. Salute the Homeboy. He hit the $1,000 mark and shit. So the next one, we doing the fund for Shad's next film for sure. That's what's on the plate this next go round. So we're gonna figure out what that number is. We start promoting it. I think I got daily the information, so you should start seeing the Nightbot. But we about to fund the next small business, man. Okay. So that's gonna be good, man. Damn, now it was a blessing. Yo, it's a blessing to just be able to go. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like I could just go, like, okay, boom. Like I don't know if I appreciate that enough. You feel me? So I just want to say it out loud. Like I could just be like, yep, come on. I can go, I could this, I could not go, like I'm going to Atlanta for this podcast summit. It's on like Thursday and Friday. You know what I'm saying? But I could just go. Like I could just go.
That's good. You gotta get out there and make the rounds,
Hey bro, did these ones sound bad? That one?
Yeah, those sound horrible. That's the worst.
Those ones?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. Oh. So these ones sound bad. Too loud?
No, you can't hear them. It's low.
You said horrible, you can't hear them.
Like it's like
So these sound bad? And they're coming from the actual soundboard.
the crash. Yeah. Ask the chat. Maybe it's me.
And now how about this one?
They're like smothered.
Oh, okay. I think I know the problem. How about this?
That was louder, but it still doesn't sound like it should.
Oh, I know what it is. Man. I was rushing in here. Okay. There we go. How about now?
Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Yeah.
They both good.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now we good.
Come on, it's a stampede!
about it. Let's get it, man. Hey, so this thought I had, it's original in actual like a thought I had, but not in spirit though. It actually was a idea or something I wanted to converse through that was from like last week, the conversation we were having in Discord, and also from yesterday when Sha was doing a little bit of the Q&A, you know, and it was about never fully healed, right? Is a verbiage that he used, but it's kind of impact, like he said it, but that wasn't his main point, you know? It was a part of the point. And I was listening to y'all talk about shadow work and all this stuff, you know? I hear people go on these journeys and shit like that. And you know, this Greek science is what we predicate a lot of what we think in terms of our ideology or our psychological health on, which gives me a little bit cause for pause, but that's not the point. But never fully healed was interesting to me. Do you think people will ever fully be healed if they go on these, what's that shit called again? Ghost journey? What's it called? Shadow journeys and self-love journeys and shit like that. Like, do you think that they come out on the other side healed, whole, ready for the next step? So let's say she got burned in her last relationship. She goes on this self-love journey, ghost story. What is that shit called? Shadow work journey or whatever you call it. When she comes out on the other side, what does that mean?
She's better. She's whole. I believe it works.
You think that the person comes out on the other side, they're whole?
They're whole. They're healed. It doesn't make them invincible, but it does make them better to handle situations. You know, life is going to always keep on giving you a journey, right? So, like, let's say you fighting. Let's talk about stuff you know, right? Shadow boxing. Okay, let's talk about boxing. You get in a fight, you have to go through a process of healing, right? Because you got knocked out, or you bust your nose. You go through a process. You may still have those scars and wounds, but you feel better. It's like your shoulder surgery, right? It doesn't make you invincible though. You can get into another fight, throw your shoulder out again. Somebody can knock you out, beat you bad. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't make you invincible, but it does make you ready for the next fight.
Now, here's my
test in life.
Benevolent push. Here's my benevolent pushback, right? If we keep it in the analogy, right? Wear and tear is why football players, boxers have a shorter lifespan, right? Shelf life because of the wear and tear. So you'll see a running back like Ezekiel Elliott, right? Top notch, but getting hit that many times over the course of a season, you start to decline. Your body doesn't respond the same. So yeah, in the off season, you feeling good, but the wear and tear doesn't heal. You see, the wear and tear is going to be the wear and tear. Like your car, eventually, no matter how good of maintenance you do, it's going to fall. You know, it's going to fold at a point. And the same thing with people physically. Like, this is a name I just want to throw out there because when I seen it, it like hurt my feelings a little bit. Antoine Randall L. He played quarterback in college, and then he played receiver. He was pretty good in the NFL, but he walks down the stairs sideways because just that, like, even when I wake up in the morning, I walk down the steps 2 feet at a time. Does that make sense? So like I put both feet on each stair until I get all the way down. Then I start to loosen up. You know what I'm saying? Or I seen Dan Marino in the airport, and he was limping. You know, just walking casually through the airport. He don't play. You know, he ain't played in 30 years. You know, he's a commentator. You know, but he just limping through the airport. You know, because that wear and tear, it ain't gonna come back. Like my shoulder probably won't be 100%. I'll probably get it to 95% at best. You see, because the wear and tear is too much. I can't heal that part. So I wonder, does the mind work the same way?
Yeah,
Wear
it's
and
like
tear.
the wear and tear would have to be more like the going through the process, right? So we
Okay.
understand that ignorance is bliss. So
Uh-huh.
it's the fact that you get to start something and you don't, and then you don't like you never can unknow it. That would be the wear and tear, that you can never ungo through it. Like even if I heal from, like, let's say addiction, somebody gets addicted to something and you
Yeah.
heal from addiction, you never get over, like you never unknow the things that you've done during your trial of addiction. That yearning is still there.
Okay.
But the healing part is, this is not who I am anymore. I'm not getting high every day. I'm not drinking every day. That's not what I'm doing. That shows that you're healed because you overcame it. But you always understand your battles.
Well, it's always a fight
Battler.
though. But when you talk to alcoholics though, right, Rel? It's always a fight. They're always fighting the urges, you know? Like even when I try to tell these niggas, right? And I'm not even getting on this plane, right? We're gonna keep it as high as here as possible. When I was telling them, listen, sleeping with a bunch of women didn't make me more successful in a relationship, right? It leaves you in a state of mind to where you have an appetite that's insatiable, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now days are a little, you know, there's a difficulty level, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so but I can win each day, but each day is a win, you know,
Right.
like fighting urges and shit like that, you know. And then, I'm not saying it's a hard fight, but it's, you know, I always like, okay, you know, like if I'm DJing, you take my ass right home. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You got to be cognizant of these things. So I don't know if it's ever conquered. I don't think people change. I think they control and or mask.
Right. And it's like you control it. It's like it's just a building of the self-control of, this is so easy for me to do because this was who I was for a long time. You know, I was like always like my dad, the way he gave up drinking from his transition of being an alcoholic to not drinking, his sobriety and his willpower, he could still work in bars, he could still have liquor at the house and never took another drink. You see what I'm saying? I always like very much admired his willpower and his ability to just stop.
Yeah,
But
he's an outlier.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But I understand that he's in the outlier. That's why you admire it, right?
Yeah,
because we
it's
typically
rare.
admire people who do things that most people can't do.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's rare. Now, here's the thing that scuffs my Timbs. I think that most people aren't like your dad, right? Like, even if I talk about myself, you know, as humbly as possible, if I put my mind to something, I'm gonna do it. You know, the majority of the time, I'm gonna get it done. You know, hell or high water. But are most people like that? And when I hear about all these journeys and stuff, I'm thinking that it's not genuine. I'm thinking that it's a little bit of BS or a lot of BS. Because when I hear the people who are healed, not all of them, but when I hear them talking, right, they end up saying the same thing they said previously. They have the same proclivities. Their disposition is still somebody else's fault. And I have a couple of examples of things that I'm thinking. Like, I got this lady, you know, because we always hear who hurt you, but it's most often said to the men, right? The reason why I'm assessing it just from this side is because it's me and you up here talking, right? You see what I mean? Right. And I just looking, and something that Bean said, you know, yesterday helped me build this.
Right.
Because when we hear our women saying they went on these journeys to find themselves and self-love and all that, but we still got the same complaints and the same stalemate with those women that went on those journeys. So now I'm thinking, what was the journey about? What was it for? If the improvements nobody else benefits from them but you, isn't an improvement at all.
It's an improvement for like within yourself, right? So like, if let's say if you are an alcoholic, you go through a healing process and you don't need to drink alcohol anymore.
Okay.
That's pretty much only it's benefiting you more than it benefits everybody else, right?
But your family overwhelmingly benefits
They're
from
going to
you.
benefit from it too. So think about
Yeah.
that. The same way, because we're not necessarily family here, right? We have cliques and some people consider each other family, but this is a different, just a social dynamic, right?
Yes.
So whatever you stop doing and whatever you heal, the people that's going to benefit from it is the people in your house and the people around you, right?
Okay.
And they are benefiting from that.
Okay.
Right?
And
But the
also,
number one person that it truly is about is like within shadow work, within healing, they let us know, you know what I'm saying? Your journey to earth is literally about you healing.
100%, right? So, but here's the thing, right? Let's say when you guys were explaining shadow work and I'm dealing with the 7-year-old Hampton, something happened to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
To where now my disposition, I'm on guard with this particular thing that I experienced back when I was 7 years old,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then I go deal with that thing, you know, because my behavior is being affected by what happened to me. We on the same page so far, right? But the change behavior, people aren't recognizing it. They can't see it. And generally, I'm presenting the same way, or I'm still having run-ins with people, you know? Is that behavior actually changed? Even though I know where it's from, right? What I'm alleging is, don't the benefits have to be more widespread for the healing to be real?
No, the benefit doesn't have to be widespread,
Because
right?
we
Okay,
look
so
at the conduct. So, all right, let me show you this, right? Let me show you the.
Okay.
Let's walk it down, right? And I'm just trying to understand it. Now, this goes beyond the genders, but I think it's just better to focus on this because I'm trying to understand it because I don't know. I make improvements, right? And then people benefit from those improvements, right? So when I was younger, I used to have temper tantrums, you know, and I get into trouble pretty quickly, right? But now the fact that I'm able to control that side, people benefit around me, right? My family, even YouTube, right? There's times where I could have went a different way with a whole lot of stuff, you know, but I think people benefit from if the behavior, like being positive, I guess. I don't know. I'm thinking through it, you know, because I'm looking. Let me just show you this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. We'll bring the guest up, but I want to show you this first. Okay. So you was at the show, but I know you be in and out and eating ice and shit like that, right? So this part being said, I want to get your take on it, and then we're going to explore a couple different things.
Military men save lives. But to the back question, because y'all don't like being married. My son, he like his dad. He's an emotional kid. He lived with his heart on his sleeve. He was, that once me and his mom separated, that separating thing can really affect kids, and they yearn for that male-female connection in their life. If they can't see it from their parents, then they want it from themselves. And he wanted it in a bad way. Them first couple of girlfriends, they lasted the entirety of his high school years, the two girlfriends, just to show you what kind of boy he was. He wasn't running around in the streets trying to chase girls. He wanted his woman. And once I saw him really starting to get into girls, let's just be honest about who y'all are, sis. Like, I love y'all. I just did 5 songs praising women, saluting women, loving women, and all of that. But I'm not gonna lie about who y'all are. I'm not gonna pretend about what y'all can be. And my son was a nerd. He don't care about no Jordans. He don't care about no Gucci. He don't care about none of that. He had his cross training shoes on, his little jogging pants with his high water socks, and he's sitting on 2K with his homies. And a couple of his homies was girls. And then his girlfriend be on the FaceTime, his homeboys be in the headset, and that was his life. He wasn't trying to be out in the streets and be nobody's stud. And unfortunately, come on, sis, you know what it is with y'all. We like after all these years, essentially 5-6 years of all these podcasts. At this point, We can literally say hundreds of thousands of men have come out and gave the same story about what we've dealt with dealing with our sisters. And all y'all do is gaslight us, tell us we gay, tell us we broke, and everything else except for addressing y'all behavior. So I just told him, hey, I know you want love. I know you want a woman, wife, kids, and all of that. You're not going to get it with nobody who look like us. You might want to get you a first generation Hispanic woman. And that's what he did. His first two girlfriends, one was mixed, and the first one was mixed. Her mama was white, daddy was black. And then the second girl was first generation Hispanic. Her daddy didn't even speak English. Now he in Georgia. And I'm scared because he down there with all them highs.
So that part, right? Can we talk about relationships, right? You know, he's saying that it seemed to be well thought out. It don't seem like he just being hyperbolic. It sounded like genuine advice that he believed in, that he gave to his son, right? But the substantive part of it, right, is all the complaints, right, from men as it pertains to the women. Him going to the extent to say, hey, if you want the things that you want, you have to go outside your race. And now I take that coupled with so many of our women going on these journeys, right? You heard that rhetoric a lot, right? And it's not just me, right? Self-healing, all, not calling it rhetoric like negative, but just hearing it all the time, you know? It's not adding up to me because the complaints seem to be consistent. Now, I'm not saying the women are complaining also, and they don't have credence to their complaints, you know? But like all this self-healing, the attitude thing continues to rear its head. And so now I'm thinking self-healing, I would think it would mean disposition changes, how you present in the earth changes, your impact, you know? And it seems like, I don't know if people just outside of her are benefiting. And I'm thinking if I'm making improvements, people around me benefit.
No, I think people around you benefit. Okay, so let's bring it to this. First of all, I understand where Beans is coming from. I disagree with it, right?
Sure.
But that's only because in my belief, I'm gonna go down with my ship. I don't look at the stats that say black women stay married the most to white men, or white men raise better kids. Their kids have better outcomes. They'll come from better structured family because they haven't went through slavery, or they won't face different things with a white man. I don't have to worry about certain things I have to worry about with black men, right? We get pulled over by the police, we good. I'm with a white man. He gonna have a different outcome. I don't look at it as, oh, it would be so easy with them that I feel like black men don't deserve my love or my care. Because the black man that deserves that, he deserves that. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that would just mean I would have to believe that 100% of black men are no good.
Okay, you're just addressing that initial point.
I'm addressing that because I don't want to skip over that because you just played that.
So the substantive, so now he fortified his argument by saying, look at all the issues and complaints that has arisen, right? Mm-hmm. So many men are saying the same thing about that you know, the black woman specifically, right? Mm-hmm. Let's remove the hyperbole, right? Black women ain't shit. Let's remove that part. Mm-hmm. But maybe the challenging in leadership, you know, maybe the attitude, like the boisterous, right? Because the gift and the curse is the same for a lot of people, mm-hmm. right? So, like, for instance, a lot of like the homosexuals, they copy a lot of what y'all do, shit like that, right? You know, the boisterous nature. Mm-hmm. Now they take it to an extreme, right? So that's a gift to be that, like, you know, you can gain attention, but also how does it manifest in the midst of an argument, frustration, and etc. So it's like, that's why I'm just trying to figure out the work. What does it mean exactly? You know, because when So this podcast, I skipped to a part, but these women were talking about how they're at a place, you know, right, for a relationship and etc. And they're considering like black men with white women, white men with them, and etc. And I'm just trying to figure out, these are the healed people, but I don't know if they sound healed though.
Yeah, and it all depends on
Go ahead.
what healing journey they're on and what it is. Okay, so as you understand that when you was born, you wasn't born into the truth, right? The majority of us are, you know, Christians, right? So it's been 10 years for me, right? 2015.
Yeah.
Your life changes, right?
Okay.
You start dressing there. I cut all my hair off because I had blonde hair.
Yeah.
Start wearing dresses.
All praises.
Start trying to follow these dietary laws.
Indeed.
You start trying to follow all these laws.
You
got fringes on. That's what you're doing. You outside, HAMP. You on the corners. You trying to teach other people the truth.
Yeah.
You think that made you better for your social circle? Because they want you to be the HAMP that's whoremongering. They like that. They like whoremongering HAMP. You getting busy. Yeah, every female want to show up on their date. You understand what I'm saying? But you doing it for the Most High. The things that you doing it for the Most High. You ain't these humans can't redeem you.
But yeah, so it's for the Most High, right? I agree. And also the circle has been gaining intrigue though. At first they like, yo, you going too hard. You know how niggas is when they first know the truth. I'm going hard at everybody. Bang, bang.
We be 1,000 here.
Yeah, right.
All the white people, devils, crackers, we out here slaves.
Yeah.
Listen.
I still get that off when I get a chance, but you know, but a lot of it, then it slow it down. Now it's so many people like, damn, so what you say again? What was that again? You know? And like, so my immediate family, all my brothers know the truth, right? They at least acknowledge it, right? Which is a big step. You know, obviously in my house, even the people around here, you know, right? So you start to see the community even morphs a bit, right? But I catch your drift though, so I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater with what you're saying. But I've seen it be impactful to more people. At the very least, they start reading the Bible, even if they don't understand it. But they say, "Damn, I didn't know that was in there," you know. So I've seen it initially. Yes, people are kind of like, I don't want to deal with that shit. And then once I figured it out how to really communicate it, I see people start to kind of embrace, if that makes sense. So do you see what I mean? Like I'm seeing them benefit now, essentially.
Yeah.
But I catch your drift initially. Yeah.
But that's down the line and it's unpredictable, right? And you're a man, this is a patriarchal system. So within healing journeys for women, and I also, we had this conversation the other day. About
pardon me, Rob, before you go further. What do you mean? Like, I'm a man and in patriarchal system. How does that? I'm not saying it doesn't pertain. I don't understand how it pertains. What were you saying? Meaning by that?
So like you're the one that goes out and preaches, right? Women don't. Like women aren't the face of the truth. Because I brought my family into the truth, but like once my boy cousins was in it, like they became the head of it. Even when and they studied to be more approved than me. But in the beginning it was me. You know what I'm saying? Until they was like, okay, that's not the order, that's not it. So you know, like if you ever been to a camp or if you ever seen a Israelite community, there's a bunch of women and children. Yeah. But that is not the face of it at all.
No.
So when you think of them, you think of big black strong men marching in the streets. You know what I'm saying?
It's men.
So, so I think it's easier to see the difference that y'all make because of the placehood that y'all have. You affect everything.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
And I think women are healed too. All of those women are following the laws too, right? But they're just not the face of it.
Yeah, no, 100%. And
little girls and little boys who was born
that be
in the
fringed up and everything. They don't know no different. My kids don't know no different. They know that they don't eat pork. Like we went to the petting zoo. Like, you know, they know they can't pet the pig, right? Even if they don't understand they know that's their life. You know what I'm saying? So they don't know no different. They know they don't eat shrimp and stuff like that, you know? So they just growing up, like, you know, to your point. And that's one thing I was going to say too, right? Is most of the time in my small, you know, circles, in my pond, I'm usually the leader in some way, shape, or form. So also it may be, to your point, easier for me to get people to say, no, listen to this. Because I played that role for a long time.
Yeah.
So no, that makes sense.
My little kids in here are Israelite kids, right? Because my brother's Israel, right? So camp is always going on and they're always studying. You know, so I heard my little niece on the phone with her friend the other day, and she's just telling her, like, you know, we ain't supposed to be celebrating Christmas. And then, you know, they're the woke kids, you know what I'm saying? She's on the phone telling these kids, and you know, and my little nephew, he'll be like, we can't eat no shrimp, so we can't eat no crawfish, They know their stuff, right? You know, you ask them what tribe they're from, they're gonna say Judah and things like that. But that's just not the face of it. But it's so much bigger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But y'all,
no, I got you. I think I just want to make sure that we include, because we talking now a little bit.
Right.
It's 200 people, 250 people. So I want to make sure they also include it. Okay. Let me read these real quick. And I'm going to show you this clip, because these are the healed women, right? Mm-hmm. I'm about to show you the healed women, right? The voices. And then when I hear the talking, I become less sure about the healing process. You know, Zeke, what's popping? Salute. What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was. My brother Ezekiel Ben Israel in the building. Gifted one, this might be risky membership, man. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Hakeem with the $5 says, Hamp, you telling me niggas are casting spells now just to get over a heartbreak? Fuck all that. Just drink some rum and coke and watch anime. Bravo in the building with the 20 ball says, shout out to you and Shaw, exclamation point. That's a fact though. It was a great time. Shit like that. Driving home now, got the show on the iPad. Pound support. Hey, Bravo Tech, I love you, man. Yo, we had a good time, man. I'm so proud of Shaw, man. Know what I'm saying? Like, it was awesome, man. Salute to OG Bravo Tech in the building for the first 20 ball of the day. And fit. Aaron with the $2 hint. Please check the video I sent you on via IG. Right? How many IG videos? You done sent me 5 videos in the last 3 days. Which one? Reese with the $2 says, Sherelle looking all classy, making my heart beat fast. Okay. So Ruth was popping with the 20 ball said, it depends if people around you benefit. Sometimes you got to clarify that sometimes. There's a situation where your individual self journey forces you to distance yourselves from those around you. Part of the journey is cutting off enablers. Indeed, right? And so, pardon me, right? Because I didn't acknowledge the other side of benefit, you know? But there's changes, though, that are happening that can be seen outside of you, you know? So I 100% catch your drift, but that be a change that would affect others, you know? And you ever heard this? Yeah, like when you love them, you leave them alone. You ever heard that verbiage before? Mm-hmm. You know? Well,
you love them, you leave them alone. I heard when you love them, you let them go. If they come back, that's how you know. That's what I heard.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing, right? You know, like remember that chick I was saying, like she used to study with me and all that, and she wanted to. I'm like, nah, you two. You know what I'm saying? Like I kind of like
when you spare the good girl, yeah,
pushed her away just because it wasn't that. Hakeem with the $10 says, my last 3 girlfriends were black and I left them all. 2 of them because they didn't watch anime, and the third because she from New Orleans and I was afraid she might put the rut on me. Hey.
Root.
Joel with the $5 says, I can't. These sometimes I can't do it even in the super chat. You got to clarify this for me. The work, quote unquote, is simple as finding people who simply rock with you and aren't always trying to change you. Positive experiences help a lot. Aaron with the $2 says, shout out to Crimson Cure on Women and Witchcraft episode. Hakeem with the $5 says, every scallywag I met to say she was healing herself was cheating in her last relationship or something else just as heinous. But what do I know? Damn, man. Tommy was popping. Perfect. Tommy in the building with the $10. Salute. What up, Hamp? Tommy Sotomayor in the building. Salute, Tommy. I was actually just watching an episode Yo, when did I send it to you? Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where Tommy was up there. Was he going off on you? A little bit, kind of?
Not really. Me and
Like,
Tommy
not
had a
really,
cool
but
relationship. Yeah.
he was hurt for the he was hurt about the what was given or not given. That's what it was. Yeah, he wasn't like cussing, but he was like, God damn. That's crazy though, how we were just literally watching that.
Mm-hmm.
Steve been a member for 11 months. Says all praise to the Most High. Risky business. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So this is what we're gonna do, Rel. I'm gonna play this one. I want to get your take. We're gonna bring a couple of our guests up, get their take on this, right? Just so I can gain a fuller picture, right? I think you're doing a good job, you know. But we need the women's takes in a couple different facets so we can understand this, because I'm really the self-healing stuff, and then we keep getting the same results. I don't want to call cap, but I'm getting close. Like, I don't want to go there.
I got a valid reason for that, because we was discussing this in Discord the other day. But I think we should watch the video first.
Okay. So this one is interesting for sure, man. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. And so I'm listening to like what she's saying and how she's saying it, and they talking about dating outside their race and etc. Right?
Even most recently. Shaq, hey Shaq, I love you, but hey, so I did. No, I love Shaq, but he's part of my story.
Okay.
So I was doing a segment on the Shade Room, and I was smiling but very much confident in what I was saying, talking like I'm talking to you all. And Shaq is watching. It's like a live stream on YouTube, and he's like, "She's so pretty, but she's so mean." And I was like, "Shaq, I'm not mean. Why would you say that?" And I think there's something about Black women who are confident and solid in who they are that sometimes can be perceived as we're angry or we have an attitude or we're boisterous when we simply just believe in what we're saying. And we naturally emote differently than other races of women anyway.
Right.
So for me, it's been more of that. I'm taller, so I kind of have a presence about me with that. The aesthetic piece, I haven't gotten to that point yet, to be honest with you. I haven't gotten to that point of insecurity yet because I'm still dealing with what I just talked to you about.
You don't need to get there.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get there, but I do think sometimes just the confidence, the assertiveness, it can be a little off-putting.
Intimidating.
Yeah. So I think that's the intimidation piece is what I've dealt with.
Heard that, and I'm gonna let you answer, but I've even heard that specifically in the whole like comparison piece, white women being softer or more malleable or amicable or amenable to particularly Black men leading. But also to my point earlier, it's not a whole lot of y'all left.
It's not.
In the y'all that's left, how many y'all that can lead?
I don't know.
It's even by a smaller margin. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I just think I'm listening to what you're saying, and it's like,
so that stuff. There's some other shit on this that's wild also.
I need to watch this. That's my guy.
Okay. He seemed okay. We
should go to one of his things. He has a lot of like events where he lets like content creators meet up.
Okay. Yeah, check him out. We'll talk about it. If you actually gonna go.
No, I'm going.
So that shit right there though. That's the shit that when they come off these journeys and they still talking like that, it seems like it lacks something to me.
Okay.
I'm intimidating. I'm this. These niggas ain't like it. Just when I see somebody go on a difficult journey, you know, even though this is a long time ago, right? 2008 when I joined the fraternity, right? Throughout that 6-month period, I lost almost 50 pounds. Like, you come out of it humble. You come out of it understanding. You don't come out of it, oh my you like, yo, son. Even when you look at life, it's like it's only hard but fair. You're only facing what other men have met. Like, you move with level of discretion, you be faithful, you're obedient to the things you're supposed to be obedient to, etc. But it don't come across like that a lot. Often. It come across like it's something wrong with the people that are coming into contact with me, not me. And that don't seem like a healing journey. Like that's your disposition.
Yeah, I can understand that. Within the situation,
Hold on, Mike. Hold on. We ain't Mike. I love y'all, but y'all, it's levels to this. Okay. All right. There's a reason why y'all niggas smell like a library. You understand? There's levels to this. I'll give y'all little, but it ain't the same ball game. Okay. Let me read this one real quick. Joe with the 60 NBA players and 250 NFL players drafted every year. That's the best 300 men who everyone chooses to analyze. 80% of married black men are married to black women. Same tired convo every year. Aaron with the $2 says 252 and 97. What the fuck? Like button. Oh, he talking about the likes. Like button lets you hit for free.
Y'all always want to hit for free.
Easy money was good. Perfect. So my bad. What you about to say?
No, okay. So first, this video, I would say this. Which is why I kind of explained to you. It's sometimes going to be easier. A lot of healing journeys or the healing movement for journeys, especially the ones that are like pushed onto women, they are totally opposite of anything that's patriarchal, right? So this is divine feminine. This is women are not ever was supposed to be underneath men. This is women are supposed to be divine. Women are God. Women are like, you see what I'm saying? So that's just like seem like if there are some healing people, they may come from that healing journey. Because that's the healing journey that they're on. I think the thing I was telling you about in Discord is a lot of times people hijack a movement and then they become the face of a movement. So like I told them, like Black Lives Matters, when we started seeing that hashtag, most black people felt like, yeah, our lives matter and we're tired of being senselessly murdered by the police, right?
Yeah. Okay.
The people who were in charge of that were taking money and doing the wrong thing for it.
Yeah.
So now that whole thing has to be, but that wasn't what we were saying Black Lives Matter for, right? That wasn't what some people was out there protesting for. They wasn't protesting for y'all to steal money and go away with it. But because you became the face of it, you done away with it. So there's a healing journey for people who are intentionally doing the right thing to heal, to become better people, a better person for themselves and the people around them. But it's been hijacked by every time a girl get her heart broke and now she want to heal, right?
No, yeah, I got you.
It's hijacked by the hoe who want to be celibate for 3 months because she on a drought because the last nigga ain't the movement gets hijacked and the loudest people aren't really even on no healing journey. They're trying to co-opt a movement and not healing at all. They just like to hashtag it because it's popular.
But I understand that. I understand what you're saying. The reason why I'm saying but is because I'm not sure if I agree if those people are in the overwhelming majority. So those are the people that we see most often saying they went through some ghost, what's it called? Shadow work and self-healing and self-love, and then they keep presenting in a way. Like I'm trying to get to the part of this clip where she says, when I see a black man with a white woman, I look at him as like a sellout for all intents and purposes. I'm gonna try to find the clip. And when I see a black woman with a white man, she must have had enough. She tired now. That's the only reason why she over there. Them two things came out her mouth within the course of 15 seconds. But these are the people, right? You see how they present that say they went through all this stuff. You know what I mean?
I don't know if they went through shadow work though. Because I think a lot of times healing, because shadow work is literally making you.
See if I can find the clip. Yo,
shadow work.
Rel, I'm saying that but these are the people, these are the archetypes, right? That's saying those men ain't ready for me. That man was insecure. Right? But then they say that they did all this work.
No.
So
it's the same way. It's like one thing, like it's the same way.
I'm gonna try to find that part. Go ahead. Hey, Di, what's up? Tiff, what's up? Go ahead, bro.
When femininity became a thing, and then we got all these femininity coaches, and they were really teaching women to be hypersexual. They wasn't teaching women how to be feminine. It was all detailed about how you look, be sexy, make sure you look the part. It was never about how you carry yourself. It was never really about being respectful, doing the work, like being, you know what I'm saying, understanding how to listen to people, how to be a follower, how to have grace. It was never about that. They took femininity and turned it into hypersexuality. That's what majority of feminine coaches was doing. They wasn't teaching. So that's the shit that they do with the healing journey. They're not actually telling people how to heal.
Sure,
They're hijacking it.
No, you're making, you made 3 analogies that help clarify the picture.
Right.
100%. So I believe what you're saying. I'm simply saying the overwhelming majority are the hijackers. And we see the people who say they did the work, and for all intents and purposes, we don't know them well enough to say they didn't, but we still see them presenting in the same way. Like, I'm about to show y'all the rest of this. Feel me? They keep presenting in the same way. And I'm like, well, damn, if this the journey and this the result, you could have saved them 1,000 steps. I'm saying that ain't it to me. You know? Tiff, what's goody? Did he die in a building?
Hey.
It's good, man. What's up? Who going first, man? I know you got a lot of kids and all that. You know what I mean?
Tiff could go first.
Tiff, what's popping?
Interesting conversation.
Talk your shit.
So I often wonder, when we talk about things, specifically healing journeys, a lot of times the healing is for that individual and it may not reflect for the greater community. A lot of times when we talk about brokenness, that particular woman, the brokenness, she may only be healing herself, but also she heals a bloodline. So if you are a mother and you're broken and you heal that, then that curse is not passed on. So it may not compute. The other thing is, a lot of times people don't understand what healing looks like. And I think we want people to present a particular way when in fact that healing is for her. Now, if her healing helps heal, again, the bloodline, the lineage, and it goes outward, that's amazing. I think a lot of times the way that we think healing should present it, and I hear you saying, oh, well, when I do this, it affects this. When I do this, it affects that. And yes, men have a lot of influence on when y'all are walking a righteous walk, which we were literally in the Discord talking about earlier today, how I find a lot of Hebrew Israelite men appear to be righteous in comparison sometimes to what we see in a traditional sense. I feel the same way about the FOI. Everybody's not going to be in the nation, but I know a lot of strong brothers that are in the nation, and that helps heal the family. But a woman with a broken wound or a wounded heart, she will break everybody around her. So her restoring her heart and getting there, it's just going to look completely different. And I broke out. I'm glad that Sherelle talked about shadow work, because what it talks about.
One thing before you go there.
Go ahead.
She would break everybody around her if she isn't healed, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my actual point.
Mm-hmm.
People benefit from the healing, and it doesn't present the same way a person who is quote unquote unhealed would, right? And so when people make improvements, when we talk about healing in the
Mm-hmm.
physical,
Mm-hmm.
I my shoulder, I can raise it up now. Before I couldn't, right? So there's an actual residual positive effect to the healing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But if you're saying this internal work only benefits that person, is it work at all if can't nobody else experience it? Shouldn't her disposition, shouldn't how she presents in the world, shouldn't what she gives to the world based on your statement of she can break the family?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So in saying that,
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of times the manifestation looks a little bit different. The way that we want things to sometimes present, it may be completely different. And you may feel as though she's not presenting as healed. But if she was slick at the mouth and it's just the point to now she just rolls her eyes, that's a level of healing. if the rolling the eyes now comes to being able to sit with wisdom, there are steps, and there are some people that they get there. There are other people that
we have to, yeah. So what we do is talk majority, right?
Yeah.
The majority say they did a thing.
Mm-hmm.
They present how the women on that podcast were presenting. So you're saying she went from worse to bad, and I'm supposed to clap for that? Nah, that's not what healing journey should result in. A healing journey should result in a positive, overwhelmingly positive result. Not just me taking a baby step and I don't walk 5,000 miles. That don't make a lot of sense.
No. Because we walk out of healing one step at a time. And because she's not presenting in a way that makes you feel comfortable, that's a you thing. But you have to make a choice. Do you want her to stay there, stay absolutely toxic, or do you want this person to be able to walk it out one step at a time? What happens is a lot of people are saying they're doing the work and
so the question,
the destination.
Based on the question,
let me finish.
Well, no, you asked me a question, right? Because I want to make sure that I keep the level of the conversation, and I don't want all the filibustering, because this is not something that people talk about. No, I'm telling you the reason why I'm interjecting is because I want them to be able to grab onto the parts of the conversation. So if she goes from worse to bad, that's not good enough. Especially if I'm saying that I went on a self-love, self-healing journey. Another thing, the language, right? Is intentional, or maybe it should be, because nothing in what I presented to you said that she would make me uncomfortable. That's not what that is, right? We're saying, well, no, you said uncomfortable, right? I'm saying that the behavior is unbecoming. It has nothing to do with me, but that's what happens, right? In the video that we just saw, it was everybody else's fault that came in contact with that woman. That's the problem that I'm having about the healing thing.
That was not my perception. I think perceptions come into this. Again, we're talking about people that may be coming from extreme trauma. And my concern is this. If you're saying, if you don't appear all the way healed, I don't want to deal with it, or I don't believe the journey, versus she is still healing and she may need to continue to walk that out. And she may believe, man, I've come a long way. You still see the journey in front of her, but she's looking at where she came from to where she's at. We have to allow people the space to continue to walk it out. Now, can we give a critique in the sense of like, girl, you walking around here like you whole and you're not? That's something completely different.
Yeah, no, I think it's an excuse for mediocrity.
Interesting.
I think people want applause for mediocrity, but when they come back from these journeys, they saying that they just came back from a journey. I'm not thinking that they took a journey to make baby steps. And if we can't see the results of the healing, then does it exist? And I'm genuinely questioning. I'm not even talking about women. I'm saying, yo, we keep having the same conversation and we keep butting heads, right? Because men are still saying the same thing they've been saying about the behavior. And you heard what Bean said.
I didn't.
Well, Bean simply said he had a recommendation for his son. Yeah, true. Because they come saying, I'm healed, I've done this work. So now I'm thinking we're going to see something. But now, when we take this thing lightly, right? Because 82% of us still date Black women, right? But it was 87% 5 years ago. And Beans is a Chicago native Negro. I don't think he's seen a Spanish person until he was an adult. And yet that's what he recommended to his son. Because our women say we going on these journeys, but are the results manifesting? I'm asking genuinely. I just trying to really understand this shit. What you think, Di?
So I do understand what Tiff is saying. She's just saying that people heal differently. The problem is what you're saying, Hamp, is that if you still healing, why you saying you healed? So I've healed before from, stuff in the past, and when I was finished healing, then everyone could see the difference. And I wasn't like I think in the video the lady was saying, oh, people are intimidated by me and all of these things. That's more like a cocky response. Healed is like you're in a humble space. So you're supposed to come with more like I don't even know how to put it.
Humility.
Yeah. So when women are speaking in that tone, the opposite is more like a selfish approach. Then it just is weird. Like you can't come off saying I'm healed and then you selfish with it. Now, healing does look different on everybody, so that is very correct. But if you're trying to be healed to your community, to your peers, to the world, then that's not the way you come across. So, like for me, for example, like when I healed, I became a wife. That's my result. I was able to come on platforms like this and speak and try to, help women, go through a path like I did. But I never really talk about it as much unless they ask me. I don't have to talk about what I went through to help somebody. I overcame it. And then now I'm here. Right. So I'm not out here just like, oh, I healed. Oh my gosh, look at me. Look at my journey. Like, no, you have experience, right? Which is the trauma, all the stuff you went through. And then you overcome it and then you show face. And that's it. Now, when it comes to men, it seems like women are they're not really healing correctly. I think Tiff was saying they're healing from like that individual person. I think that's what you said earlier. They are doing that. They're not taking it as a whole and be like, okay, let's say they had some wrong in the relationship, right? They don't look at that. They just look at what the person did. And I'm a heal from because that dude called me out my name. I'm a heal from that. I know my worth, and that's it. They don't look at nothing else. They don't look at, let's say if they cursed that nigga out, they hit him, they did all this crazy stuff. They ain't talking about that. They're talking about what he did to them. And then they come to the world and be like, okay, yeah, no, that's not how you do that. So you have to heal from people in whole, not just one person. So when you heal from a whole, then you automatically wouldn't think that all men are the same way. Like they'll say all men cheat and all that. So I'm just giving little examples. All men cheat because my nigga cheated on me, or all the dudes I was with because all of them cheated on me. So now all men cheat. When that's not healing. That's just like saying what you've been through. This is just what it is. Healing is basically saying this person cheated on me. Either I had fault at it because sometimes women do contribute because they don't have sex with them or whatever, or I didn't have fault at it. Mm-hmm. But you got to take both sides. They just take on one side. You got to take both sides and be like, okay, I'm accountable for this and I'm not accountable for that. Cool. And I'm going to move forward. So when the next man come in my life, I'm not going to look at him as he's the same dude that I was with, 3 times ago.
Right. So
healing just looks more like I'm not going to blame everybody for the things I've been through. Right. I'm going to move forward and give everybody a chance.
And Lady Di, the other thing is when you date the same guy over and over and over, where you keep dating the same person, a healing comes from, I am attracting the same type of person. So at this point, it's a me thing. What do I need to do to stop attracting these type of men? And then that healing comes from, okay, here's where my brokenness was. Here's where my behavior didn't align. Here are the changes that I can make so that you can start attracting a different type of person. And I mean, we want to talk about archetypes. We can use Cardi B, where you left your husband because he was a cheater only to get with another dude that still got outside kids. You're dating a type of person because there's some type of wound that you need to be healed from. And it doesn't matter how good this person you perceive is, there's something within you that you need to identify. Because all men don't cheat. All men are not out here having outside kids. That's not a truism. These are the type of men that you're attracted to from a broken space.
No, that's the thing, right? Even the accountability is lost in that statement.
How am I that she's picking the same person from brokenness? That's a Cardi B thing.
That's the thing. That's the thing about her modus operandi in a relationship, right? It keeps on going outside of that. You're existing, right? And these men are doing something to you. I'm looking at a person who really been through something, really fought through it, worked through it, and now they come out. Most of the time, them people say it's me.
I agree.
But that's not what we hear most often. And so we're really trying to understand it. Like, is this bull? If it's bullshit, it's bullshit.
It's not BS.
For the majority.
I don't think it's BS. I think go ahead, Cheryl. I'm sorry.
I think healing is hard.
Yes. Exactly.
Why when people say shadow work and they don't come humbling, shadow work comes along with an ego debt.
Yes.
So
Death.
you can
Death,
easily
right?
understand. Most people can't make it through their shadow work.
Sherelle, you said death, right? Not death.
Yeah.
Death.
Like
Okay.
die. Yeah. So most people can't make it through their shadow work books. Most people can't make it because it's work. It's really facing you. It's really facing you and making you hold yourself accountable. And you know how people love accountability, right? No, they get to a point where they're on a healing journey. And then when it's time for them to be accountable, they stop and they say, I'm healed. I'm done. So once they're stopped done healing because they get to a hard part in their healing journey, then they just say, well, I'm done. But the last time you heard them, they said they was healed. And then when you see them again, they say they done. So you went from healing, now you're done, so you must be healed. No, they just reached the point in that journey where it was too hard to keep continuing. But that don't mean throw healing away, because people need to be healed.
No, I got you. I understand that. But that's the part that I'm parsing out. The people who put just like you know, like the sexual allegations and things of that nature. Like when the women are lying about it, that hurts the actual victims.
Yeah, I would say that.
You know what I'm saying? That's my point. So now people actually doing real work, but you can't. That shit is bullshit, because most of the shit that when we see people present is bullshit.
But women, we're talking about majority. They don't really understand what words mean. They just saying stuff just to be seen. It's more of like, attention seeking. Because healing and accountability means something. I don't think they know exactly what it is. So they just want to say that they move forward so they won't seem hurt. Because people that seem hurt, could be kind of an embarrassment after a while, especially if they keep doing the same thing over and over again. So they just want to look like perfect. Even though that's not what's being seen. They don't know that. It's kind of like, this is acting, but they don't understand they acting.
Let me show you this, right? Die on your point. This woman I'm about to show you got the same results as the woman we just saw. Right? Because the results of change behavior have to happen. Right? Darren was popping. Shalom out. So let me show y'all this. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. You seen her? Hold on. Let me put her up here. You seen her?
Nah.
Hold on, me.
Oh Lord.
No, don't oh Lord her.
I've not seen it.
She ain't even say nothing yet.
Weak ass hoes, bro. My kids ain't starving. My son Elijah, are y'all starving? Who just threw that ball? Elijah, are you starving? No, you not. Why would you say that? You just ate. Now again, Elijah, are you starving? Myson, are you starving? Are you well fed, right? We got a lot of food in this house, right? You know I love you, right? For you weak ass hoes, bro. My kids ain't starving. My son Elijah, are y'all starving? Who just threw that ball?
She got hit in the face with a ball, first off. Right? That's how she talking. Listen to this shit.
For me to have more options for my dating pool, Grace, and you were just speaking to that a little bit. Yes. I've been on these dating apps myself. It's hard out here for us.
That's why I got off.
And there is a prevalence of white men on them apps. Yes. And it's not really my thing, but it also just makes it difficult for me to have more options for my dating pool. But for you guys, like, what do you think is the difference between when it's happening amongst Black women versus when it's happening amongst Black men?
We don't have a lot to choose from. And then we talk about preference, right? So if I'm a Black woman who desires to date a man who has a certain faith that he practices, that's in line with mine. That makes a certain amount of money.
Now you'll go there.
That has maybe a certain limit with how many children he already has.
Now you're asking for too much.
That may have never been married before, and I'm older.
Yeah.
So we down under the floor by the time we actually vet through and this is not, again, I'm not talking about women that are super strict.
I'm gonna let it play so y'all can hear if y'all want. Same results.
And all these high, like over the top standards.
When it comes to our relationships.
It's basic things, right?
Yeah, sometimes it's not high over the top. The bar just being held.
That's what I'm saying. So we're doing this off just basic fundamental things that we would like. A man who's into his career. Some of them still trying to figure it out. No shade, but again, if you're established, if you're high achieving, and that would go for a man. Like depending, if you may have a standard where, hey, I want to date a woman who has a passion and something she's really passionate about, and she's career driven. She
merit to the complaints Black women make about there's far too much going on that is affecting our community for us to be sparring back and forth about really anything, and this is a complete waste of time. It is a waste of time to be having the conversation the way that we do online, but also there is merit to the complaints Black women make about the disparity, the numbers that don't line up for us, on top of these ideas about preference and choice that lean into all of these beauty politics and how from the beginning of time here in America, Black women were pushed to the bottom in terms of desirability. But the point of it all, the point of us having this discussion is to hopefully bring us to the table to have a friendly conversation discussing the importance of loving on one another, period. The fact that we have to compete and fight each other for love romantically is a product of white supremacy. We are doing exactly what they want us to do. You know what I'm saying? And it's just,
I'm trying to find that part, right? But the language about how the men, I don't even know where they get this information from about the disparity of accomplished Black men to Black women. And so when you see the lady yelling, right, it's easy to say, oh, Lord, oh, shoot. But I wonder when people just start saying anything, do y'all say to the other women, what the fuck are you talking about? How much better, like what, like when they say Black women are doing all these things so much better, and it's not true. But y'all know that. Y'all say, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't think that's a fair assessment. I don't think you can take the woman that's in the clip and the woman that's on the couch. They're both talking from different spaces. I don't know if the lady with the children said anything about she was healed. It seems like something was going on, and I don't know. I've not seen the clip.
Did you hear what she was saying, Tiff?
I heard what she was saying, but did she make an assertion that she was from a healed space? Did she say
saying, I'm tired of y'all bitches. Don't y'all got food? Don't y'all got clothing? Don't y'all got this? Don't y'all got that? Don't y'all live well? Don't we be happy? Affirmatives.
But you just said, what did you just say? You said, do women tell women or try to correct women? Somebody's trying to correct her. Tell her she needs to
if you think that's a genuine retort, it ain't. Right? So I ask you guys directly, if you hear people like just this misinformation.
So you
like
think,
it's what she's saying.
If we don't believe it, then we ain't gonna correct it. I would never say, oh, there's just it's a plethora. I can't direct you to a plethora of Black men who are going to necessarily be at this religious standard, be at this educational standard, who want you.
Right.
I don't think no Black woman can just say, oh, I know where they at.
Right.
I don't know where they at. So when you don't know where they at, it's easy to just be like, they don't exist.
Right.
So there were two scenarios, right? And the issue I'm seeing right now for the video of the podcast, women are not
for real. Like, I'm not speaking from Deontay Kyle, the media guy.
Women are not taking dating seriously earlier. Because the thing is, there are some women who get married early, and some of those women don't make it. but that is not majority. Majority of women are not taking dating serious at all from when they get out the house, at least until, after college. That's 18 to 25. So now when you're 30, 35, of course, if you went to college and, you're making something good for yourself, right? You're making a decent amount of money. Your set of qualifications for a man is going to look different, which means it's kind of almost impossible at that point, because you're taking men off of your block just by the stuff that you're saying. But if you started earlier, when all y'all is grown, you and the man is growing, then half of that stuff will be off the table. You just got to find somebody that is serious into their goals. I'm talking about at a young age. So I'm just using college. If you meet somebody in college, then, date someone in college that is going to graduate. Because there's some men in college that don't graduate either. They just there for the party and all that stuff. Pick someone that's serious in college. And then you guys get married, have kids and all that stuff. And then now your problems are kind of out, right? And then you got to pick somebody good, because now we're going to get a divorce because now we grew apart. All that stuff is nonsense. You don't need to grow apart. You're growing apart because you're not growing together, as in you're not listening to each other. You're having conversations. One person's over here, one person over there, and you're not connecting them. So now, all right, we grew apart. The other scenario with the lady with the kids, she just either has a baby daddy that ain't no good or multiple. And she ain't no good either for picking them, right? Yikes. So then that's another scenario. She's in a toxic situation from the jump. She probably had kids early instead of getting married first. So now she just probably got like 5 kids and she is going through it. Now, it did sound like she was brainwashing them, I ain't gonna lie, to make it seem like she was doing better for herself. Meanwhile, that kid probably didn't eat probably earlier that morning. It's probably the evening time. She's just saying that so you have kids speak for you. Oh, my kid said this, and it makes it valid. No. If your kids are fed and they well fed and all that stuff, they ain't gonna be like, oh, I'm hungry all day. And she ain't gonna be looking like she's sad and crying. Look, she ain't sleep. So somebody that's not mentally stable trying to feed some kids, already know what they're giving them. Bullshit, snacks, stuff that is not even nutritious. So of course they're gonna be hungry. She's not making no quality food for those kids to be sitting here, well fed and all that stuff. So I see 2 different scenarios, and the biggest thing is that they are not being accountable for their actions. You're not being accountable for not dating early. You want to wait to goddamn 30, which is the wrong way to go, because you feel that you ain't ready yet. No, you are ready. You're ready because, you're right. So if you have qualities in yourself that can be good for somebody, you're ready. They putting too many things on themselves. Oh, I'm not ready, because usually it's because they don't even want to be with a man right now. I don't have time for that. I don't got time for, I'm gonna get my stuff together, because most men cheat. They gonna get with a white woman. They all these type of things. Oh, you know what? I can't give myself to this man because their auntie's been hurt and all this stuff. They taking traumas from everybody else instead of being like, let me find a decent man.
So Lady Doc, so what you're saying though, I think again, culturally there needs to be a shift, because when you're talking about people that are in college, we have to look at sometimes our counterparts, and most counterparts are taught that when you go off to college, you can get your BA, your BS, but you also get your MRS. So while let's just say a lot of white women are taught, not only are you getting your education, but you also meet your husband in college. I think a lot of times, because a lot of Black women have the emphasis of trying to get the education versus trying to get education and build a relationship, the stress is get the degree and get a job or get a career, and then that happens later, versus fostering these relationships in not only am I going to get my education, but I also am going to meet my mate there. So that's one thing that we can kind of change. I'm with you with the secondary lady. Like, it just seems like there is a lot going on there. I do think that we just gonna call a thing. She essentially was verbally abusing those kids, because if they were well fed and if they were happy and if they felt loved, she wouldn't have to ask them to affirm it.
You about to go?
You gotta go, Sherelle? Okay.
Me? No, I'm good.
Okay, so at either point, it's just like, again, two really large ends of the spectrum of one, we've got to talk about when doing the right thing is not always right, and then when doing the wrong thing, how this impacts so many people. Because I can only imagine, like, even when the child responds, she was like, why would you say that? It's like, ooh, wait a minute. You're very hurt. You're very angry. There's some things going on. And this is not even, why are you putting this out there for the world to even see? Like, tap out, sis. Go. You got some other things to address. Like, this ain't it.
But the who hurt you? Go ahead, Sherelle.
I didn't say who hurt you. That is not what I said.
Let me just say this real quick, bro. What I'm saying is this, right? It's easy to see it on her, but the behavior in totality is being rivaled and called out. The who hurt you stuff, right? The ad hominem, they not ready, the men ain't willing, the men ain't man enough, that type of stuff get you the same results. Hers is just over the top. And it's easy to say, oh shit, yeah, she hurt, she messed up, something wrong with her. But if every time you talk to a person, they say they went on a journey and then lack accountability, that's a person that needs some help.
She needs help for sure.
No, not her. The ones that present like you presenting right now, like Sherelle is presenting right now, like Lady Di is presenting right now, like I'm presenting right now, right? We don't get called out because we may stay even, right? Understanding, but how accountable are we? Are we passive aggressive? Do we ad hominem people? I say I went on a journey and I'm still presenting the same way in which I have unbecoming behavior and therefore makes me undesirable. It's easy to look at the little fat, ugly, bug-eyed black woman with the dumbass wave cap on,
that's not
yelling at them dirty ass kids. It's easy to see her. But I'm saying we ended up in the same place. Because when Sherelle told me about her ghost work or whatever the fuck, what is it called?
Shadow work.
You know what I mean? And then we have one-to-one conversations, right? When you're putting on a show, things can get misunderstood, right? But I can tell that there's actual impact there to sitting back and doing it. But motherfuckers, generally speaking, are just talking.
Okay.
You know?
Yes. Okay. But I think sometimes work just looks on everybody. But I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You're saying everybody's saying they're doing the work, but one person you can see the process and there may not have met the destination, and other people saying I've done it and there's no fruit.
So I have a substantive comparative, right? Where somebody who actually did it. So now there's little things I'm like, you ain't doing a fucking thing. And then they keep on getting the same results. They keep on presenting the same way in the earth.
Do you think that the healing takes a process? And I let me say this, me knowing you and where you are with God and righteousness, I understand that you're gonna call a thing, and you feel like if you want to be delivered from it, what does it say? You repent and sin no more. But I think a lot of times that healing work, it turns to, like in Christianity, God knows my heart. You get what I'm saying? Where God knows my heart. Oh, well, I'm trying. Well, we're all sinners. It just, to me, you're just taking language and it's coming out of a Christian aspect and more of like esoteric. And it may be a little, you can't necessarily pin a person to it because there's not scripture to it. There's not a particular way that it turns out. Does that make, Sherelle, you get what I'm saying? Go ahead. Sherelle, tell them what I'm trying to say.
I don't even know what to say. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm trying to
I'm sorry, Tiff. You know I usually be getting you.
Yeah. So I ain't gonna talk to you. I'm gonna talk to you. So Sherelle, you know how people be like, God knows my heart.
You already said it. Tiff. I can break it down, but I want to get Sherelle and see what she's gonna say.
Oh, my hiccups with the idea of the dating thing. Sometimes I don't understand where men give women grace to grow. I feel like the growth part of that's why I'm like, love is very fickle, right? Because women are supposed to show up as we are, right? With all the value in the world here. There is no room for us to grow, right? So we understand that women can be selfish, bratty, immature. That's what young women can typically be, right? Indecisive, not, you know what I'm saying? All of those things that men don't find that desirable, right?
Okay.
Your looks are supposed to already be there. They're not getting with you and then hoping you look better. They're not getting with you and then hoping you get better. They want you at what you need. But if you're a young woman, you have to grow. And especially us as Black people, we come from families that are so toxic. We don't know how to vet. We don't know how to choose. We're coming from broken homes. We don't understand marriage, the institution about it, vetting, any of that, right? So to think that we're going to find somebody at 18 or 19 and just know this is going to work is unrealistic, just in my opinion, right? But we're growing with men. We're not supposed to expect you to be at your financial peak. We're supposed to expect you to get more mature, become a better leader, we're supposed to be with you off the potential that you can be something. And that's what most women do. And they end up being baby mamas, hoping that the man is going to marry them, right? Because it's not like in the beginning of these relationships, people aren't playing a role or playing a part, and then they get to a bridge that they can't cross because they don't have the necessary emotional or mature enough tools to even cross these bridges or these hiccups, because they haven't outlined their life at that point. So to get it to what, like, and because it's like, we're not going to act like young Black boys aren't being groomed to be whoremongers. That they're not coming to the events and people like, what you fucking on, son? What you? That's promoted. So young girls.
Why are you talking about the men? You pivoted?
So no, that's what I'm saying. But young girls aren't meant to be chastised. What I'm saying is, like, when people are getting to 35 and they can't find mates, that's why they're not. It's not going to happen when they're young.
But why they haven't? My problem is, why are these women having babies then? You don't have a baby, Sherelle, right? Okay,
I'm an anomaly though. Like, I can understand that I'm an anomaly. Like, where we come from, having somebody baby is basically marriage.
But
right?
Sherelle, she's addressing the issue though, right? That's why. So, because right, when you talk about a wife, that is the responsibility of the woman, right? Because the verbiage is what? He who finds a wife finds a good thing. It's not he who finds a woman that's almost a wife finds a good thing, right? So if you agree that you are born with your value and the things that we are looking for are innate and natural to y'all, then those things should exist. If the majority of what men are asking for are innate traits that you're born with.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's not. It's not. They're immature.
But it's common sense though. Like,
have their own Achilles heels that they have to get over. And they're not being coached or trained to be wives fresh out of high school.
100%. Now, and Di, you could jump in. So, Sherelle, but this is what we're discussing, right? When these journeys happen, you would think that the disposition would go to a place in which, okay, the desirability raises up. But now, here's what happened. When you hear, and I'm just being honest, when men hear a woman went on a self-love journey, you know what niggas do? Run. And that's what I'm really thoroughly trying to understand. What is the yield?
So I could agree that a lot of us are not raised to be wives, but a lot of us ain't raised to be no damn mother either. Because these kids are still in fucked up situations, but they having kids. So common sense says don't have a child. Even if you don't see it in your environment, you see it in movies. Mother, father, kid. That's it. This simple. Even your grandma tell you that, but people still having kids. So that's the issue I'm having. If you're not ready for marriage, cool. If you're not ready for kids, cool. Don't have that. Just, heal yourself from your childhood, if that's what we're talking about right now. Heal yourself from people that hurt you, which is, I guess the parents, whoever it is that's making you jacked up. Heal from that and don't have kids with it. Stop, having these crazy ass relationships. You don't need a man right now. It don't need to happen. That's common sense says that. So I have an issue with it because these problems are happening because we're bringing people into the world. And then now you're teaching your kids these things, like that lady that HAMP played earlier. She looks sick. Her kids are watching that. Like, I can't even imagine my kids. I have a 3-year-old. I just used one of my toddlers. My 3-year-old, if he's seeing me like that, these kids are smart as hell. They look and they observe and they try to, emulate or whatever. He gonna think that this is the type of lady I need because my mama's like that, and I love my mama. So it's kind of like, okay, you grew up in that environment. Fix yourself. You don't need people, a lady, like, a man. You don't need kids. None of that stuff. You don't need it. It's not necessary.
And so
I
understand everything Lady Di is saying, right? So this
and that's kind of my point, right? Sure, you see, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, yo, right? This self-love, self-healing shit, it should come to a point where you fix, now you ready. But instead, she fixed and got an ego.
Right. And I get that. So what I'm saying is this. The self-loves, I went self-love this. That's why I don't have kids. That's why I was able to see I got a mom, but she didn't do the things correctly. That I love my sisters, but they don't do the right things. All of these kids that we can't take care of, it's not okay. But I'm also not the person who was able to just say, I can focus on it. People demonize me for the fact that the man I broke my virginity with, when he wanted me to have a child out of wedlock, I said no. Because I felt like it was a trap. I felt like you're promising me the ring, but you want me to give you the baby first, and it won't be no guarantees. But I was demonized for that because, oh, this man is doing all of these other things. Well, that was a part of the plan, right? That was simple to me, for me to understand it. So me focusing on my career, because guess what? Coming from a family where I got to take care of everybody. I'm doing a lot for people. I got hit with the black tax, and I didn't have that understanding. So a lot of the healing journey, a lot of the things that you're really taking it serious, it's certain things that we come from traumatic experience that I had to really go through. And that there's nobody who doesn't know me personally that doesn't see that I have actually benefited from growing, benefited from shadow work, benefited from healing. So I'm saying it's very prevalent. So that's why I always say, like, the face of it will always be hijacked by the wrong people. Mm-hmm. So I can understand somebody healing and then still feeling like, because once you healed, you want to attract other healed people. And a lot of people ain't out there doing work. I don't think that good people don't exist, but I definitely damn think it's hard for us to find each other. Especially dating apps and these pools and this thing, because it gets to a point where everybody in like all of my sisters are baby mamas, all of my friends are baby mamas, which means I can't hang with none of them every day because I'm not on no type of time they on.
Sherelle, what made you different? This is a real question. So we see women choosing the opposite, right? You said, I'm going to look at the world, I'm going to look, around me, and I don't want that. But what made you in your brain, I don't want to be like that, versus why your sisters or whoever you're speaking of didn't do that? What's the difference if y'all came from the same place?
Because I feel like I just had a rebellious spirit at the time, right? And then my dad put God in my life. So I was like in the church, but I wasn't just in the church. I was in the Bible. I was reading the Bible. I was in it as a little girl. You know what I'm saying? I would be actually reading. I would actually get up early before my daddy and walk to church and go to Sunday school. Religion was a big part of my life, and that shaped me to who I am now. When I was taking care of, because a lot of girls, they start having sex and having kids young because we taking care of our nieces, our nephews, or our siblings. And I would have my little niece like I was a mom. People would tell me Happy Mother's Day because I was with that little girl so much. They thought she was my kid.
Oh, wow.
So when she finally got out, I'm like, I'm not doing this. It's no way. Right. This is hard doing this by yourself. This is hard having to deal with a child all the time. I'm not doing this until I'm ready. And then me being raised by my dad, a lot of people think it's normal for dads not to be around. I have no experience of that. My daddy has been with me since the day I was born. My daddy with me right now. Texting me right now. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be over here later. I don't have that understanding. So I do just think that I grew up in a different circumstances than the rest of these people.
Right.
But I got enough grace to be like, it would have been easier for me to be them than for them to be me. It'd have been easier for me to blend in with the rest of the world, but something in my spirit just won't go that way. It for me to try to force myself to fit in, it don't feel right to me. It don't feel pleasing to the Most High. And a lot of times, but I get that right. I'm not outside. I'm lame. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I'm not popular. People don't like what I have to say. People think I'm a goody two shoes, or I think I'm better than people. I'm a mammy. I'm this. You get it, right? You trying to be pleasing to the Most High. You trying to be pleasing to yourself. You're not trying to put yourself in situations, but the majority of people will look at you and then think something wrong with you because you're not normal. And most people gonna buckle under that pressure, buckle under that peer pressure. I never even smoke weed. My friends all smoke weed. You can't peer pressure me into doing nothing. But I've also, during my healing stage, understand that a lot of things that got me through the point of survival to make it out of hard circumstances, to make it out the hood, a lot of those things means I did not sharpen soft skills. My retirement is about being able to go back and fix what I didn't manage. Because the bigger picture was get out. It got to be better than this.
Right.
But this ain't okay. This ain't good. But I truly believe, like, in humbling, like, the Most High will deal with you and then won't deal with everybody else around you. You don't get to see why you get grace. You don't get to see why you chosen. But maybe it's because he knew I was going to do the work. Look what it takes. People talking about their healing. I didn't eat for 30 days. Go do that. Driving trucks, not eating. I'm water fasting. Losing friends, losing family, losing connections. Niggas ain't about that. Why would God choose you? God know who you is and what you got in you. God ain't picking you to fight no damn battles, and he know you a loser. So that's why I'm chosen, because I'm gonna really put the work in. I'm really gonna do it. I'm really gonna sit and read the Bible front to back. How many Christians, how many people we know talk that Bible shit, don't know nothing about it? I'm really making sacrifices. I'm really not in the mix. That's why I don't like when people stand up and they want to be the face of something, and you're not living like that. And you're muddying down what people should really be living like, but you're not living like that. Where your proof at? So it's ups and downs with it if you really trying to live that life, but it ain't pleasing to people, other people. You won't fit in, and it's boring. You ain't outside.
Mike,
what
up?
Goody? Oh, let me make sure I'm caught up and you got the floor, good brother. Joel with the 10 ounces. Building young sounds great in theory, but women generally aren't trying to build with men in their same level. This goes from high school to college to even the time I was in the army and through my 30s. Joel with the 10 ounces. Last year was a wage gap where men made more than women. Now women are making more than men while still demanding that men make more than women in order to be worthy to date them. Aaron with the $5 says, a video I sent you, HAMP, the mom asked her teenage son for batteries for her Rose. Shaking my head. We seriously need to get back in the house. Moms are destroying. Joel with the $5 says that they targeted the top 2 to 5% of men, but think they won't have to compete for the same men. That's like not having to compete to get in an Ivy League school. Trigger Mike with the $5 says they just told on themselves. Men make more money and have fewer kids with multiple partners. They are revealing that they fish in a dirty pond. Tony with the $2 says she said, "You know I love you, right?" She watched This Might Be Risky, probably. Son Kiss, Shalom. Trevor Trev with the $5 says no such thing as a journey or healing, just another excuse to continue bad behavior while acting like you're a special snowflake or outlier. Trigger with the $10 says results are how intelligent people measure anything. A woman who says, quote, "I'm healing so I can find a husband," end quote, shouldn't be caught living a life that is unattractive to marriageable men. It is simple math. Rebecca with the $5 says, to be honest, ellipsis, most of us don't know how to heal. When we are forced to look inward, we choose to look outward. That's not healing. That is projection. Damn. Aaron with the $5 says, wait, so she destroys everything around her because she is not healed. And once she is healed, she's going to repair all the things and people she broke. Trigger with the $10 says, Tiff, if a damaged person presents themselves negatively to the world and affects a person's image and reputation, how can their healing not improve their image? Joel with the $10 says, is it quote unquote weakness if a person goes to the person who says yes versus no? Is it weakness if a person goes to the ones who find them desirable versus undesirable? Amazing how I can bring that back. Prime was popping with the $5 says, black men being weak equals choosing a woman who don't disrespect him. What does that make the woman who dates a black woman? What are you saying? A white man who dates a black woman. What does that make the white man who dates a black woman? A bitch. Hakeem with the how much to kick Tiff before she start yapping?
That's rude.
What's
Don't
up,
be
Mike?
mean, Hakeem.
Hey man, what's up, man? What's up with y'all? Good afternoon. It's afternoon. Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is a dope convo. I listened thoroughly to what everybody had to say, and I come into this conversation in the spirit, niceness. I don't even want this to be like some kind of tearing woman down forum, right? So what I will say is like, here's the same thing. Like, this is a very important topic to talk about because it's really just showing the lack of genuine, like, everybody is basically saying, hey, look, we've been in these podcast spaces 5-6 years, just like podcast said, and people do use the healing trope. They use that. It's like a trend. It's only a trend when that's what the most popular people are talking about. And then, we get excited like, oh, okay, well, they're talking about it. They're kumbayaing. They seeing all these women on the podcast talking about healing. And then we get on the podcast and the same old rhetoric is getting spewed. And I want to talk a little bit about why that's important and why men like me, especially, why we care. Because I know that's something a lot of women do project, is like, why do y'all even care? We are the way that we are. I'm going to tell you why I care. Firstly, whenever subject matter is important. So when we associate ourselves with certain subject matter, right? Black women especially associate themselves with education at present. So when you do that, right? I'm a higher education administrator. Anytime I see somebody with a doctor in front of their name, PhD behind their name, it comes with a certain level of assumed decorum and professionalism behind it. So the second someone associates themselves with that subject, we can automatically kind of assume they're going to be a certain way. Unfortunately, what ends up happening is that we don't have people that are looking to be world class on the topic of professionalism or decorum, even though they got a PhD. And unfortunately, too many of those people end up looking like us. So I think that's where it really hits home for me. Hamp, real quick, can you pull up that clip of those two ladies talking to that dude? Mm-hmm. This is the second point I want to make. Just real quick, look at this black girl right here, this dark-skinned one. That she looks just like, I think my daughter's going to look just like that when she grow up. Long natural hair, very petite figure, right? That's good. Appreciate it. I think that's what my daughter going to look like when she grow up. And one thing that makes me nervous is that every time a very well-polished, well-educated woman presents herself, and I'm like, look at this pretty diamond right here. Look at this. And then straight BS comes out of her mouth. I get afraid that this will become a role model of my daughter. She looked just like her. That's something that men do. I get afraid. Like, look at this. My daughter going to be like, oh, she pretty. She looked just like me. She got the education. But look at the BS coming out of her mouth. And I get afraid that she's going to emulate that BS. So that's why we care so much. I wish more women that look like us took a world-class standard, because they put themselves in the conversation. When you talk about education, you're saying that you are going to live to a world-class standard. And more of us, men and women alike, need to be doing that. I know we talk a lot of shit on these podcasts. I am the picture of professionalism in the workplace, because I'm representing everyone that looks like me. African or not, Black American or not, we all get lumped together, whether you know it or not. So when I say I'm here to represent you, I'm being world class. I don't, I speak properly. I don't use slang. I don't bring up Black issues and things to overtake conversations. That's what I think we expect, from the women, and we're not seeing it in the large numbers that we'd hope.
But I'm sorry, I just want to say something real quick. Trigger Mike, you don't think your wife, her mother, is good enough for the being a role model?
Her mother is. That's why I married her. I just don't think there are enough versions of that. So just to Podcast's point, when someone asks, well, you're married to a Black woman, wouldn't you want your son to marry a Black woman? Of course I would. I'm not confident that he'll be able to find a woman like his mom. So that's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Crimson. Perfect. What's good?
Hey everybody, how we doing today? Hey
Uh,
Hamp, hey Sherelle, hey everybody, Miss Tiff,
Hey,
Miss Lee.
Crimson. Good to
Yeah.
see
How are
you.
you?
I'm
Hello.
doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. This is an awesome conversation, but I'm not gonna take up too much time.
You say that every time you come.
I say that every time, right? Just like when I get on my show and I say this is not gonna be an hour and it'll be an hour and a half.
It'll be an hour and a half.
What it's talking about.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
Go
like
ahead.
that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
So I wanted to speak to something Sherelle was saying and also something that Lady Di was saying towards the beginning of the conversation when we were talking about things being co-opted and things being hijacked. Because that point that Sherelle brought up was very true and it's damaging in many, many ways. Because one thing that I've said on my live stream before is that everywhere lionesses go, hyenas come along and try to taint everything we doing. And in the context of this conversation, what I mean is the whole healing thing, right? Has now, as it presents today over social media, in my opinion, the entire concept of healing was hijacked by the level up crew. The women who was like, we know our worth, we leveling up, we do, or whatever they were on. And healing is now a trend. It's a trendy buzzword concept to sound like you deep and to sound like something's really going on with you when it may not be anything, deeper than the surface.
Yeah.
A lot of us, men and women, but since we focusing on the sisters today, grew up in poverty, we grew up in the hood, and a lot of us grew up in trauma situations as well, right? Not everybody, but a good number of us, a majority, I would say, grew up in some type of hood situation, whatever. It wasn't ideal, whatever the case may be. And so for those of us who saw ourselves being wives one day or something like that, or living a life that we thought would be ideal, we actually went through healing because it was something to heal from. The trauma, the dysfunction, whatever dysfunctional things we learned, whatever it was, it could have been different for everybody to a certain degree, but whatever it was, we went through the fire of that and went through the ups and downs of having to do all of that. And it wasn't pretty and it wasn't perfect and it wasn't, in a set specific amount of time. We just had to work at it because we didn't have no tools, or whatever. But we did it. Many of us did it. I did it. I know other ladies who did it without too many mistakes, right? We get scars. I tell everybody to come out of the boneyard, you can come out, but you're going to have a scar to show for it. Okay. With that being said, when those of us who was like, yeah, we got to heal, that caught on, it became trendy to say it. If you want to be associated with being a wife and being marriageable, then you have to say you're healed or you're healing. And that became associated with the buzz. The buzz became associated with a lot of foolish men. It got mixed in with healing being, I got a degree, and healing being, I make a certain amount of money, which healing does have nothing to do with any of that. It's who you became, but I'm not going to go too far into that part.
Yeah, it to your point. No. You can keep going for sure. Anybody have any retort, disagreement, need another level of understanding? Because Crimson, that's what I was chasing down, right? With Sherelle initially, and then so on and so forth. It's arbitrary. Like the term becomes an arbitrary term. Like it doesn't mean anything because it can mean everything. And people can use it how they want it to. I just want to make sure that anybody have any response to anything that was said just now. And because I know you wanted to address another thing too. So
because I kind of wanted to go towards something
that
Tiff was saying earlier as well. And she was like, well, we weren't, I believe it was Tiff saying it. I may be mistaken. That she was saying how we weren't raised Oh, that might have been Sherelle. I'm sorry. That we're not raised in environments that promote being a wife and, you know, having all of these things and this mindset that we need to have in order to make as few mistakes as possible and to have the as best outcome as possible. While that is true, it links to something that Di said right behind that. Why are we having babies? Why are we doing that? And I wanted to come back to that specific question that she asked because it's so important. And the reason why that question in 2025 is so important is because we as Black women from Gen X on down have already seen the negative effect of birthing children while not in any form of committed relationship at all, and thus not bringing children into the world in the most ideal setting that we could conjure up or that we could be a part of. And generation after generation, the women keep making that same mistake. They keep making that same decision. I'm not even going to say it's a mistake. That same decision, even though they saw their mothers, their aunts, their older sisters, their cousins, whomever, going through the storm with children, they never stopped to think, you know, let me hold off on the kid thing and trying to do all this other stuff. And let me figure out what I gotta do. And I don't mean school or work or money. I mean, figure out who I need to be as a woman. What gets lost in all of these conversations, I'm gonna land my plane after this. What gets lost in all of these conversations with women is the vast majority of conversations that women have over the internet and things of that nature never have much to do with how we're going to become better people inside and out. Spiritually, how we going to become better people so we can make better decisions. It's always come back around to what a man need to be doing to make me. No man can make you be better or be worse. You come good or bad. And then that's where the discernment be coming from for us, who we become. And then our vision become clear so we can see foolishly when it comes to us for the most part. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's perfect. Nobody's decisions are going to be perfect. You're not always going to have the perfect outcome, but that's not the point.
You know what, Crimson, to what you're saying, because that was what Sherelle said. I had to recognize that me being from a really small town, we were raised that wives had a certain responsibility. Like, people may not like it. I don't watch No More Sheets so many times when we were younger, in the sense of, if you want to be a wife, this should be done. This should be done. A lot of times I think people want the title and not necessarily the responsibility, because it comes with responsibility. Like, if you don't know how to make a tincture, if you don't know how to do certain things, you're not even ready to have those kind of conversations. And a lot of times we mystify certain things, and it's like, this is a role, and you have to understand that role comes with things. And if you're not there, it behooves you to just be like, I'm not here in life, and I need to mature a bit, and I need to grow some before you ever try to tippy toe into that environment. Like that. Yeah. I'm not going to talk about what a husband should do. I'm a wife. I don't know what I know that it takes time, it takes examples, it takes cultivation, and the entire time in the marriage, you still have to be pruned. There are times that I had to be pruned in the Discord by other married women, because the other thing is, you got to be able to be coached even within that marriage of, how are you presenting? How are you showing up? Are you able to take wisdom from another woman that they may be younger than you, but have been in that role longer? In the sense of, okay, I see this, but maybe we can do that. And it's not an insult. It's iron sharpens iron. It's, I want your marriage to be successful. Here's some things that I think that you can fine tune. So when we say things, even like with the young lady, I'm just like, she needs a hug. She needs a therapist. and she needs a conversation. And you definitely don't need to be birthing no damn babies, because mothering, that's not what you're projecting. And if we all are having a response to that, we all know that ultimately the people that are taking the biggest brunt, those children.
So this, well, real, I just got questions, right? Just because, and I don't know if I know Crimson didn't. I didn't ask this question to Mike or Crimson, but Crimson, the one thing that Tiff and I were having discourse about was these healing journeys benefiting the people around you. When I look at it, because I'm a novice in this type of stuff, right? I'm layman when it comes to like therapy and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like I'm still kind of, I don't even think I believe in depression yet, right? So are people supposed to benefit when they go on these journeys? I'm thinking that everybody around that woman benefits. It's not just for her.
It's supposed to be both, because if you are going through healing and you actually do it, you're supposed to be adding value to yourself and to the other people around you. Regardless of their position. Everybody don't get the same thing. Like a coworker don't get the same thing as your brother and sister. You know what I mean? But you still supposed to be able to add value to other people's lives if you're gonna be in their life, because you want the people in your life to add some type of value to your life. If they're gonna be in your life, you got to be able to get. When I say get something from them, I don't mean in a misusing type of way or taking undue advantage of people. That's not what I mean. But if I have a relationship with my sister, my blood sister, well, then I have to be some value to her. What do I add to her life? Can she even call me and talk regularly? Can she get anything out of me? Anything emotionally or spiritually? Can she get a good word from me? It might come down to some money. Can she get a couple of dollars? You know what I'm saying? If she needed that. And what can I get from her? Can I just call her, and we have a good conversation and we bond and connect with each other? What is it? There has to be some type of value added and received. If you're healed and you're in other people's lives, then they have to be able to think, man, I want this person in my life because.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And go ahead, Cheryl. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to get too far off of what she was saying. So, like, you know how you say intrinsically the things that men look for within us is intrinsic? I just don't believe that. Okay. So this is what I'm saying. It will cripple us to think that we're just born perfect when we literally have stuff to work on, right? So me and Beans used to have this conversation where, you know how it's normal to say women mature faster than men?
Yes,
right?
they said that
Because
often.
they're always looking at it as in a manly position, or we'll keep a job longer, we'll get a secretary job, we'll keep the job longer, we'll do this, or we have the kids. You'll see that that's not the contention of what women are supposed to be overcoming. The selfishness, the entitlement, the brattiness, the not wanting to listen, the indecisiveness, the impulsiveness, all of these things that will ruin a relationship or make you a horrible wife. That's intrinsically not in you. You actually have to put in work to overcome that. You actually have to put in work to be mature. You actually have to be put in work to be disciplined. That's not intrinsically in us. Yeah, we can have a baby. Yeah, we're already pretty if that's what we look like, right? Because we don't have no control over that. God gave us certain things that y'all find attractive and y'all can lean toward that, but that's not what's going to make a relationship work. The things that make a relationship or a marriage work, we have to work hard to do that.
Okay,
we have
so
to
now
overcome our selfish nature.
No.
We have to overcome thinking that we can throw the whole world away based on our own emotions.
Well, we understand that, right? That's why the men and the women need to be together. Because like we had a conversation, remember, maybe 6 months ago, men bring order to chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so if that's the nature, but then I'm looking at the innate things like the nurturing, the loving, all that stuff. I'm thinking that the softness, the femininity is innate, right? Doesn't mean we don't need each other for the balance that we bring to one another. But I'm talking about the things that you guys naturally have. That's what we largely desire. And I think when people are saying y'all mature faster, it just means y'all be taller than us until 7th grade, and then y'all be shrimps after that. That's all that means. That's when I hear it, because I'm like, the girl's not doing nothing. The girl's just tall as hell in 5th grade. You know what I mean? And then it evens out pretty quickly, and then I realize y'all can't play football no more. That's what I hear is that. But what you is that you think that's a fair retort, Sherelle?
No, I think is a bigger thing that we as women we be missing, and then the programming. So you think that it's just like, oh, we're soft, this and this. No. Why? Because when they ain't correcting. These little girls is sassy as hell at 3-4. Saying shut up, saying like, they're letting them grow up thinking that they can do whatever the hell they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's innate.
So
and
think
that's
about
gonna be
this.
problematic when they get older.
But I think that it's consistent with what I presented, and I think you agree. So, like you said, if she don't have her father, that chaotic nature isn't being honed and controlled, right? Because I make the hyperbolic statement of a woman don't know how to love herself unless a man love her first, right? So if the father's not there, then that chaos isn't being controlled until when, if ever. So it's kind of like along the lines of, you know what I mean? Kind of like what you initially presented. Crimson, that was your premise, the chaotic thing. I don't know if you want to jump in on that, and then we'll get triggered back in.
No, Lady Di was trying to say something.
Oh, my fault. My bad, because I brought the chaos thing, and I remember Crimson was here when we started talking about it. So I just wanted to get her 2 cents after Lady Di. What's up, Lady Di? My bad.
True, but I'm about to drop off. So
okay.
All
right, Crimson.
Everybody, have a great day, y'all.
You too.
Be safe.
Crimson, before you, dang. I'll ask her a question.
I'm gonna say something real quick to Hamp's point. So having men and women work together. So before I got married, my husband actually, well, boyfriend at the time, helped me heal from something. And I actually I didn't know I needed that. I didn't even know I even had some type of trauma until I got with him. And he's like, it took him a year to figure it out. He's like, yeah. And then he helped me with it. It was like 2 different things. I got better with him. So I don't think we got to be perfect to get with somebody. And I don't think women are thinking that. They just kind of using excuses. But I do believe you need to be a good person, obviously, right, to attract a good man. But just because you're a good person don't mean you don't have things you got to work on. So working together with a man, or even if the man, the lady is helping the man, it could be either way. It doesn't matter. We do need to work on working with each other. It doesn't have to deal with money all the time. We're just talking about simple things, life. So that's all I wanted to say.
Dope. Just real quick, Hamp, to your question that you had asked, Crimson, and I think this is where we that important point. I thought it was the most important point on the show thus far is results. If you are out here doing the healing and working on yourself, shouldn't we see results of some sort? And to the ladies, what I think it is that a mature man, not a boy, not a grown male, a mature man, what ends up happening, a large part of our maturity becomes that we understand consequences better. And a large part, I think we do understand it better than women do. So that's why we can't really take that healing journey seriously if it does not come with results after the fact. And, a lot of people use religion and stuff, but I can use science. The most important law in all of science is for every action, there is an equal but opposite reaction. All right. And we can this is the only way I know how to deliver this. So I'm going to bring up religion real quick. The Holy Spirit, or the spirit that's in you, or whatever you calling it, it cannot be settled and it can't be content if you are vengeful, lustful, rude, selfish, all of these negative characteristics that we associate, that all of us have probably had at one point of our lives. You will not reap a plentiful harvest if you're that way. So when we see these things coming out of you, CJ brought it up. He said, you cannot tell me you up here calling men bitches, doing all this type of stuff. Then you go home and you're a perfect angel. Those two things don't agree. All right. when you mature, and I can only talk about my journey as a man, right? When you mature as a man, when I stopped being lustful, when I stopped being vengeful, when I stopped competing for the sake of vanity, my spirit got a whole lot lighter. I stopped getting negative consequences all over the place, right? So doing negative things and exhibiting negative characteristics and attributes, it net me negative shit. When I stopped doing all of that, the negative stuff stopped happening to me. So that's why we're saying, like, look, if women are really going to be out here saying that they are doing the work on themselves and that they're healing, we would see positive consequences from that, and we'd be able to celebrate those. So because men, we understand consequences. It's like the reason this is happening to you is because you haven't done the work to fix it. It's that night and day for us.
That's what I was kind of talking about. You know, the benefits would be more overwhelming with all these healing journeys.
Mm-hmm.
Cheek, what's goody? CJ, what up?
What's good?
Hey, shit, what's popping? You just got here? You been listening?
No, I've been listening since 30 minutes, sort of from almost the very beginning.
Okay, yeah, mostly. Yeah, so well, you go ahead. What did you want to address, or you know what I mean?
I don't know. I think I think most of what y'all saying, like, it's hard to disagree with.
What do you think about this? Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Huh? No, yeah. Let me just ask. I want to ask you a question.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna let you kind of go. I said, let me ask my question. One thing that popped in my head, but then Sherelle, she took the floor. The grace thing. I get very weary about the grace thing, because now I wonder, when people ask for grace and we give grace and they leverage grace, when does it turn to enablement? And are we giving grace to things that don't deserve grace? Are we giving grace to simply unbecoming behavior that we know is unbecoming? The person who's exuding the behavior knows it, and I know it. But I'm giving them grace because they come from hard circumstances. And because I'm sympathetic to hard circumstances, then I'm like, okay, well, of course we act in this way. You know? But are we enabling unbecoming behavior when we can easily call it out and see it for what it is? It making sense?
Yeah, I think so. I think because this is something that I've experienced is with dealing with women.
Mm-hmm.
They're quick to call you mean and say you impatient, but not realize most of their actions are just intolerable, which is why there is no patience. So it's a fine line between grace and tolerability. And I think that's up to the man himself, right? Like, certain shit I'm just not gonna put up with. Like,
Okay.
I don't care how much grace you're asking for. I don't care about where you came from. None of that matter to me. And it may sound harsh and cold, but I don't give a fuck, because you're crossing. When grace crosses the boundary of a man, I think that shit don't matter no more. Like, if, for example, you talk about the story where you was at Walmart with your wife and kids, and, situation's finna go down. If a man punch you in your face, you're not gonna have that much grace for him, because he just crossed the boundary that just you can't come back from.
Yeah.
So the same thing would apply with women. I think that women have this idea of grace and have this idea of, be patient with me, but don't necessarily understand how their actions or affections, how their actions affect the person that they're dealing with, right? Like, being emotionally unstable or just emotionally just whatever is one thing. You being that way and calling me out my name, or being that way and saying something you shouldn't have said, is something totally different. Like, you can have a bad day. Yes, you can be on your period. Yes, you can have a terrible day at work. Yes, you can cry and feel depressed. But if your lips form or utter a word that come against me or my character, I don't give a fuck about your day or how you feel. Matter of fact, this relationship is over. So, and unfortunately, I've been called harsh for that. But that's where you got to just stand on business. And most women I've found have acquiesce. Like they tend to come back and try to apologize, but you can't really accept. You can accept the apology, but you can't accept the same status. And it feels bad. Like it does feel bad. I don't want to make it seem like you just got to be cold about it. Like, oh, it don't hurt. It hurt, but you got to do it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think that that's the issue when the word is being used with women when it comes to grace. They're looking for like this ultimate form of tolerability that I just can't give.
Yeah. That part.
That's
yeah. It's like tolerant for all of it, anything, right? Crossing particular lines, you know, and that's one thing that that does grind my gears, like crossing a line, like in a woman that's so close to you, right? Willing to cross a line that damn near nobody else on the earth would get away with. That type of shit, you just like, come on, son. Niggas would be fucking up Shit's Creek.
And trying to explain that to them sometimes is the hardest part because they don't come from the same world. So they don't understand the gravity of what's been said or done. And if you find someone that may not understand it because they're not a man, but just understand it because they respect you, that's someone you got to kind of keep.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
So,
That's that empathy thing, you know. That's the real empathy.
Yeah.
There's a thing in, go ahead. I was just saying, there's a thing in like New York City, you know, specifically, like when women be like, "Oh, suck my dick," like the fuck, like you know, because if it's a dude, you put your hands around his neck, right? It's just like, what the fuck is this?
And then you try to give warnings too. Like that's the other part too. I don't even think they recognize that as grace. Like, hey, this is about to go left. You shouldn't. That's grace. They don't see it in that way. They just think you're being antagonistic or whatever the case. But you're trying to, as best as you can, communicate emotionally, right? Because even men do get emotional. I don't know why we try to, but I'm about to hit a limit to where things just don't go right for you or for me, but mainly you though. Let's just not do that.
Yeah, I mean, a passive man is the most dangerous man. So, you know, you speaking a lot, Cheeky, like when you call those things out, one of the things we don't talk about when we're saying what's attractive in women, we're always talking about their physical attributes. A woman that can say, "I'm sorry," and mean it is golden. She's rare. And I think that's one of the things that's probably attributed to the low marital rate is that a lack of repentance in a woman. How could you marry a woman like that? She don't even repent to her own God. When she violates one of his laws, she don't give a damn. That means that woman has no chance of listening to you. She herself is her own God. Her emotions are her God, right? So I think that's a very attractive thing. I just want to lead the fellas with that. Like, well, what should we be looking for in a wife? Now, don't get it twisted. Women do tend to have like this emotionally erratic thing where they can have a blow up, right? That still happens inside of a marriage. But it is really something to watch a woman, a grown woman, self-reflect and be self-aware and come back to you the next morning like, "Hey, I just wanted to talk to you real quick. What I did last night was wrong and I'm sorry." And like that, I'm telling you, that's golden. Y'all fellas will appreciate that. And just to take it a step further, men cannot progress a relationship past the point where a woman can't apologize. So when they say that we need to be a certain way, or if we were a certain way, the relationship would be all right. If you can't get past certain disagreements because she won't acknowledge her part in it, you can't marry a woman like that. You can't even take a relationship past that, right? Which was why a lot of men don't. They'll get like a red flag, like this is something I can't do. It's wild.
I was trying to see what CJ wanted. Hakeem in the $5 says, "I'll drop CJ and Tiff for $100 each at this point, Hamp. My brain can't deal with both these nigglets today. Oh, CJ, you there? Arnold, what's goody?
Let's see, it's working. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's poppin'?
What's good, man? What's good? I'm gonna try to regather my thoughts. So this self-love healing shit. So the question is, can a person ever be fully healed? For the ladies, that's for the ladies.
Tiff, do
Ladies
you
don't like
think
answering my question.
a woman can be fully you said a person or woman?
A person. I'm really referring to a woman, but a person is a better question. But she calmed down. So I hear this from a lot that women, they don't never fully heal. People, we don't never fully heal. It's always a journey. It's always an experience, right? And when I figured out what I'm figuring out is this healing shit is just a excuse or a reason for women to change their prerogative from being promiscuous to then wanting a man for resources. So when they're younger, they could just give their pussy away for free or do what they want, have a good time. When they get older, they can use this "I was healing, I was damaged" thing to now say they want a man for resources. They want a man of higher stature. So that's the first thing. Second, I'm glad you eloquently broke down this healing crap too, because it was some bullshit. The second thing is, so if the women can never be fully healed, aren't they still what they are? They would they ever stop being what they were?
See, yeah, so I don't think people change. I think people mask or control behavior, generally speaking, you know. Now, the first thing you presented though, you think the self-healing, these journeys are to justify previous behavior or say things like that's my past, I don't live there anymore type of thing?
Yes, it's just another way for women to dodge accountability. I was young. I was, and first of all, what is this self-love? Is it self? So they're conflating growing with healing. People grow all the time. Does that mean they're healing? No. So I don't know why they keep conflating the two. Because growing and healing are two different things. Second of all, if you heal, well, what was the question you asked me? Sorry.
Go ahead. I'm just listening to you. I think you answered it kind of.
Yeah. So what are they actually healing from? Like, what is the damage being done? Or like they say self-love, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when women are younger, they're not like, oh, soft and meek and mild and timid and like being used. They at their height of their fucking ego. No, I wouldn't know, maybe not their height, but it might be. But I don't see women acting the lower, going down the range. It didn't once they like, what are they healing from? What is this self-love actually consistent of?
That's actually That's actually interesting, right? Because I guess what you're saying is like it's like the healing that generally stated is something that happened to them. Somebody did something to them. Now they have to heal from whatever the experience was. And that's the part. Yeah, that's the part that I'm trying to mine through, and I deem problematic. Because how I look at a thing is if I went through something, what can I change in terms of my behavior to not experience that shit again? If I put the onus on myself, I have more control. That's why I'd rather put the onus on myself.
I'm gonna just jump in and say they do got some. They do got some to heal from. I'm sorry. Now I will say
I had a
this.
quote in my notes.
He said, "I'm sorry, I'm still
And
weak."
they kept talking.
No, my
I got
bad.
a quote in my notes that address what Hamp just said. Let me see if it'll let me go.
Oh shit. Nah, but I will say this though, they do got something to heal from. If we're talking about the same group of women that grew up without their fathers, they have deep wounds from that experience, right? I'm expecting the healing journey to take them through that. That's a big deal. If we seeing what it's done to our counterparts, right? I tell y'all all the time, when I grew up, having two parents was a privilege. and I would see how
What
not
are they
having
healing
that-
from? Because you don't got the
Let
floor.
me
We got
finish my statement because I
5
gotta
new
go.
people we
Can
got
y'all
to
still
get
hear
in.
me?
So, Mike, you give credence that they
Y'all
are
still hear me or
actually
no?
healing from something that wasn't self-inflicted.
To me, I
God,
can
I
see
can't
the
hear them.
effects of fatherlessness everywhere. I think
Okay.
they are.
All right. So you're saying that leaves people at a deficit, in which case they have to, at the very least,
Absolutely.
understand. Okay.
Absolutely,
All right.
yeah.
All right.
Can
I
y'all
got
hear me
you.
or not?
I just don't think I think that most don't even acknowledge that part is usually this nigga did me bad. Feel me? So now I
But
gotta
that's
come
where it
through that.
stems from. Root cause. I'm
Yeah.
talking about root cause.
But
yeah.
I don't think they worked all the way to the root. I think they worked to that part of that hurt in particular, because the root would be more substantive for sure. All right. Let me just get, let me see what CJ gonna say. But Arnold, what's good? Ty, what up? EBD, what up? E the man, what's popping?
What's popping? I guess in the spirit of the conversation, as far as the healing that's being referred to in these conversations, what it looks like is like, you know, getting that better job, putting themselves in a better position where they don't think they have to settle for that guy. Right? It doesn't have anything to do with actual self-realization or self-actualization. What they're doing is leveling up to a certain extent where they feel like I now deserve a different level of man. Where most of the healing process revolves around the man that they think that they deserve now. Right? So now the conversation goes to, oh, I could never, it won't be me. Right? I could have never gave him a chance. Those are the conversation goes where it's not so much where how can I be better in relationships, is that how can I get a better man to be with?
Damn.
Let me say this. I gotta get off real quick. So can I say this last thing? So
Go
to your
ahead,
point,
CJ.
oh man, I don't know, that was fucking fantastic. I gotta go. I'm about to pull up to the gym. One conflate healing to someone else damaged them instead of maybe they're just damaged goods. But Arnold had a good point too. Arnold's point was a little better, feel me? Arnold, that's why you should have let me say my point before you, motherfucker, because yours was a little better. At least you could have let me.
It's a lot better. Yours, we didn't really even need it. You made your points already.
All right, man. I'm about to hop off. I gotta go to the
Yeah. Don't spar today, nigga. I'm gonna call a bomb threat to your gym. You
I'm at
can't
a different
spar
gym,
every day,
motherfucker.
nigga. That shit taking a toll.
I'm at a
nigga.
different gym. Deuces.
All right. Arnold, damn, that's an interesting point. Because now they've healed, so now they qualify for more, essentially.
Yeah, that as far as their, like, in their consciousness, they now qualify for more, and I don't have to settle for Pookie and Ray Ray, basically, the guy that's gonna hurt me.
But wouldn't that make sense? Like, I think that makes sense to think if you've.
They didn't have to heal to do that. What they healing from? What are they healing? They're not actually healing.
It's the level up thing
They're just doing self-improvement. Like,
yeah, because remember,
because telling themselves here.
Because to Arnold's point, that's what Crimson was saying, right? It's a level up thing. I leveled up. Now I deserve more, as opposed to I've self-improved, right? Like I've really dealt with the traumas in my life and the past experiences that made me jaded. That's not the case.
Do we not think that healing through trauma is a level of leveling up? Like, is that not?
No, if it's genuine, your minimum wage job did not damage you. Right, but I don't know. Your car did not damage you.
We're on the same page.
Your 200-mile vacation, your staycation did not damage you. Right?
Yeah.
So now that you can do more than those things, you did not heal from anything.
Wait, but you're saying that's what you think they say?
but
okay, that's why I'm like, what? Wait a minute. Why would leveling up? That's why I'm confused.
It's not the real genuine healing.
Him putting it in there makes sense. Like, okay, so if I don't have the same approach to that. I get what he's saying. I do think there are women like that. Now I get why he's saying.
But he's alleging the majority.
Majority of women are like that. Oh, okay. I don't.
So I think that's interesting.
Hold on, E. This ain't a free for all.
I don't think so.
Let me just see what Ty, you there? I just want to get him in before the professionals start talking. Because once the professionals start going, it's hard for newcomers to get in. So let me get Eda, man.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I didn't know.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is first time, so I want to make sure he get a chance to before y'all start. You know what I'm saying? You got the fucking bandit up here, Cheeky, fucking Eater Man, EBD, and Trigger Mike. There's no words left for nobody. I'm gonna go on mute. E, what's popping, man? What's goody?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How you?
Pretty good, man. I think y'all having a good conversation. I came in when y'all was talking about grace, but it looked like we kind of switched it over to women's standards.
Nah, go ahead. Talk what you want to talk about.
Well, no, because I want to talk about that because I think it's not wrong for women to increase their standards. When men get money, they increase their standard. And then when I heard Trigger Mike start having a conversation about broken, we almost talking like most men are whole. So you really got two broken people getting together, and one broken person say they don't want the other broken person, right? So, like, just like women, Trigger Mike brought up earlier, women suffer from men not being in the home. Men suffer for that too. So, I said, this idea of this healing journey, do men really heal or do they just sweep it under the rug? And now now that we come to the majority of people, men and women are broken, do broken people should accept each other and have grace for each other? Or should broken men get whole women? These conversations kind of, I feel like are really one-sided. Just because a man is making money, just like Arnold was saying, just because now you not living the minimum and you leveled up your life, just because a man leveled up his life and making more money, does not mean that he's a whole person from an emotional point of view. And I think that's kind of the part of the conversation that get left out.
Remember what I said last time, Cheeky? He just did that. Remember what I said?
I don't think he did.
He did it. So to speak to Edelman's point, so as far as leveling up, right, it's not just financial, it is also looking inward. So if we telling men, okay, get your CDL, get your trade, right, level up, being able to put a woman in a situation to be better, you also, part of that is being able to understand that woman better and what comes with a woman, right, and being able to put her in an environment that's conducive for her to be soft and feminine, because that's what you want. Those things are also part of the process when we talk about a man leveling up, how he can put a woman in a position to be a successful wife. Right?
Yeah,
that's
Arnold,
part of the conversation. I'm agreeing with you, man. Please don't fuck this up.
I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying we should give women grace, the same graces that they're able to level up financially and emotionally too. If we give men that grace and say, hey, men are able to level up, put women in in a feminine place, and they're able to heal from their trauma, can we give that grace the same way, or is that grace only one way?
I guess the question, Eater Man, is one, when I say these catchphrases, you tell me man or woman. I'm healing.
I think women.
I'm in my growth journey.
I think women.
I'm gonna boss up or level up.
I think men.
Okay, so out of the three, that's fine. That's fine. 1 out of 3 is 3366. The point is, the majority of the terms that are used for describing some type of growth or whatever is coming from women, right? Because that's part of their aesthetic, as especially online, is to present as somebody that's continuously growing, not financially, right? I don't think they mean it in a financial way. They mean it in this esoteric, deep involvement of their heart and soul and body and psyche. But if that is the case, then the question has to be asked, okay, well, you are using and espousing these terms. What are you healing from? What are you coming from? And also, what are the results? It'd be different if we heard men say that more often than I feel like the challenge would be more towards them.
So women are given the ability to have ability to voice how they feel. I think a lot of men think certain things, leveling up, getting to the bag. I use a whole bunch of terms that's catered to what men do, but what I have learned is men don't typically voice it, because if a man up here say he leveling up, I think Trigger Mike, and I'm just using Trigger Mike as an example, he might join him. He might jive on him. Like, nigga, you still at that McDonald's? Like, and I know I'm not talking about Trigger Mike in particular, but
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
telling you, like, men typically pick on men that try to level up, especially, and even minimize it. Like, they're doing more than other men. And so sometimes I think men level up and do these things in private, where women is open to voice these things in public.
But I think it also makes sense though, Eda man, because it's one, yes, bad men or immature men do that thing where they minimize people's leveling up. But it's also what I said about the way that we live in a different world. Cheeky said men and women live in a different world. Men cannot make the statement about leveling up. We get there, we only judge each other by results. So that's the world we live in. So it's not that a man doesn't voice. Remember, grace is really only reserved for one side. A man don't get that type of grace. So if he wants society to view him different, if he wants his reputation scaled up, he has to go achieve that thing, right? So it's funny. Like, have y'all ever noticed that healing is only the topic of the hurt?
No, but you're wrong though.
I think that's right. We're going a totally different way. Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, real quick, y'all, because I just want to get Trav. Trav, you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's goody? I want to get you. I know you've been waiting. You know what I mean? I know you've been hearing the brothers talk and all that. What did you want to offer or lend or comment on before they continue on this? This is a little bit of an adjacent path.
First, what's up to the panel?
What's goody?
Yeah. But Hamp, I got a question though. You been injured before?
Yes.
Okay. So
I just had shoulder surgery.
Okay, so through that process, who gave you the rights to be able to go back out there and start picking up stuff?
Me.
Did you go to a doctor?
The doctor. Yeah. The doctor said you clear for this, you clear for that, you clear for this.
Okay. So with the woman on their healing journey, who is that assessor to determine that you're ready to go back out there? Who plays that part where, all right, go ahead, you can start dating again, you can start intermingling. I want to know
that there has to be, like, it's almost like you pass a certain test, right? Because like the doctor grabbed my arm, son, and he yanked like that. He like, oh, it's time. I say, yo, doc, that shit hurt. You know that, right? He like, nah, it's good. You good. You know what I'm saying? Because he's an expert. So, I'm being all gentle with my shit. He like this. I'm like, yo, you gotta chill. This shit hurt. But he know, oh yeah, 6 months, you good month. You know what I mean? To your point, somebody was qualified to clear it. Yo, Trev, Trev, what the fuck? Yo, that is interesting, son. So you disagree with him?
Yeah, I disagree. Well, I don't disagree with him. I want to answer his question because nobody answered his question.
No, hold on. Let me let it marinate, nigga. Okay, let it marinate. You know what I mean? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hold on, let me read this one. Aaron with the 2000s. E, what grades do women give men on his come up? Okay, so that's the other conversation. But that's an interesting point, Trev. Go ahead, E.
Men do. The men that actually date them. When they go back to the market, if the men say, hey, I'm willing to accept you with all the problems and all the stuff that they got going on, you know what happened? They're literally saying that I have assessed you, I done pulled your arm, you're qualified to get back into this market. So if the men are the doctors and they don't see that these women are ready, we need to stop putting them back into the market.
Yeah, I know that was supposed to be a bar, but it wasn't.
No, it was terrible. So that's not it at all, right? Because the results ain't changing. Because E, you would have to then prove that, right? So dick and vagina is not men accepting them back into the dating market. It's just a sexual marketplace. And even though women practice sexual liberation, I think the overwhelming majority don't want to live there.
Well, no, but I didn't say sex. You didn't hear what I said.
I was trying to. I gave you. I put sex in. See, you didn't say. You didn't say. You didn't really say anything. You did. You just said men accept them. So I'm thinking, okay, what is acceptance? Are you qualifying relationships?
Relationships.
Because but you don't see the relationships, right? You can't quantify the relationships, right?
We can.
But
That's what I'm saying.
You going back to that argument where people are cohabitating but not getting married in mass.
Yeah, these women are not single. They like that's what I'm
So
saying.
that's his
Most of these
premise.
men are
Okay, that's his premise.
cohabitating with
That's his
them.
premise. Yeah.
Yeah,
My
so
bad. I
premise
forgot. No, that's my fault. I forgot that was your premise from a couple weeks ago. So yeah, he said that. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. Then his premise, what he's saying is that most, let's call it just most black women are currently in successful relationships, according to
That's
black
his
women.
premise. Yeah.
Right. So and that's absolutely what we're hearing from black women when they talk on social media, right? That they have no problem or no trouble finding a successful relationship, right? Since they're doing
the opposite.
that's what we're hearing.
It's the opposite.
I mean, no. I'm absolutely being facetious, right?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying so. Edelman is presenting that as a point, and then what we're hearing from the actual black women is not that.
There's no good men.
Yeah, but
what we're doing is we're taking the minority that are loud, and we done said this in this space plenty of times. The minority is not representing the majority. So if we go to Instagram,
what is the majority?
Hold on, Mike. It can't be like that if the majority of men are saying that they're not in successful relationships. Also, how could the women who complaining about relationships be the minority when most men are saying that they can't find a good woman?
That's what I'm telling you. Most men are not saying that they can't find good women. Like if we just go, for example, on this panel, Trigger Mike says, let's see who's the majority on the panel. Trigger Mike says that he got a successful relationship.
Hey,
hold on. I'm about to do it. I know Enter the Black Dragon said that he was dating successfully in a relationship. I don't know if that changed in 2 weeks. I ain't talked to him. So even like that, this idea just
He didn't say that.
The woman probably changed knowing EBD. Yeah.
Yeah, EBD's a swinger. Come on.
The woman changed. The relationship is not.
And the women are white. We don't even care about those women. Like they're white women.
Yo, chill EBD, hat.
Right.
Yeah, that's my man. Only I could talk. You know what I mean? I can only talk turkey to that nigga, man. You know what I mean? But nah.
Yeah, but so in my experience, if I present these shows, right, or these topics to like just random black men anywhere in the earth, they're in agreement immediately. Like, yeah, man, they be doing this and that. I almost have never presented one of these topics, right? And then the only black man I've ever said that didn't agree was my father. Every other black man at my age or a little bit above my age, a little bit below my age, is in agreement with these topics. This is his experience.
So his experience is that he don't have a woman to be in a relationship with.
If he's in a relationship her behavior is not conducive for that relationship to last long term.
And so you think when you see DJ HAMP, you feel like he's an anomaly. When you see Trigger Mike, you think he's an anomaly. You think I'm lucky. You think Anton Daniels, he's lucky. And
you name 3 black Republicans out of the 4.
Maybe y'all should switch y'all
you name literal anomalies that we can track based on your voting habits and based on the average black man's voting habits to know that the men who speak in the black manosphere are usually conservative and do not represent
still taking
the
one
whole
side
of what are we talking about?
But you still taking one side. You said if I only speak to a minority of men, I'm gonna get these results. And what I have learned is the men who got the results are typically not the loudest in this space.
No. You're not. You listen to his point. He said you named 3 black conservatives.
Yeah, he said Republican. I was like, what the fuck?
Republican. No, by proxy of the voting, that's the minority of black men. That's what 18% of black men, 17%. How many? What was it? What was it?
You're right.
So he's saying you using those examples literally proves the point that those men are in the minority.
So what about Sale? He's a Democrat. Like that's what I'm saying is I just gave y'all guys people that you recognize. But Sale and Rob, successful relationship. Like that's what I'm saying is he definitely a Democrat. Listen, so that's the point that I'm saying is that if we go down this rabbit hole.
But that's one. But you named 3
as a black conservative.
Because he's talking about the majority. He's talking about the majority of the men. So you still,
as a black conservative.
Hold on, Mike. It still keeps his point solid. So What are we trying to mine through right now? Are we stuck on? So Arnold, what is your overarching premise?
That most black people are not in successful long-term relationships.
Yeah.
Right. There are complaints from the women and complaints from the men on both sides. So I don't think that these complaints are a minority of black issues. I don't think that.
Okay,
This
that's
is
his
a big
premise.
issue,
Okay.
right? If it was a small issue, these conversations would not have the traction that they have.
Okay.
Well,
So
no,
you see what he's presenting. I just want to make sure that the crowd understands, right? So men and women are complaining, right? And then we look at the marriage rates and all the other type of shit, right? What's your premise?
My premise is that these are first world problems. Like this idea that the people are complaining is because they bored. like when you sit around and you ain't really got nothing going on, you complain about the relationship. Like we don't worry about those things. So just because people are complaining doesn't mean that relationship is not successful. Because everybody complain. I know people in really good situations complain about how things could be better. That's my premise that I'm making. Just because we got evidence somebody's complaining doesn't mean that it's unsuccessful.
But
most of them out here just fucking and vibing, bro. Ain't
bro,
none of
that's
that
why I'm
really
like, they're
going on.
not in the relationship.
They're just fucking and vibing. They're not actually in a relationship
or a marriage.
Yeah,
All right,
or marriage either.
And we talked about this the last show. When we start pulling apartment records, when we start pulling housing records, and it starts saying 60-70% of people are cohabitating. Like that, that's the point that I keep trying to tell you. 50% of Americans are married. And the point that I'm trying to help y'all guys understand is just because somebody didn't go down to that paper and get a piece of paper and they didn't take a vow with God doesn't mean that they're not in a relationship.
And just because they're cohabitating doesn't mean that they are happy and satisfied in that relationship.
Or they're in a relationship.
Now we talking about happiness. Listen, like happiness is something that you can't really measure. Like
right.
some days,
if they got to go into a anonymous room and say, "Am I happy with my relationship? Do I want to be in this relationship anymore?" Right? How many of those 60% that are cohabitating would say no?
We don't know.
That's the point. If we have these issues, so look,
that's
so
the point.
it would be
We
different.
don't know.
It would be
You're
different.
guessing, Arnold.
Absolutely.
Respectfully,
right? But we have to use the samples.
What's the sample? See, that's like you about
No,
to make it up.
he the man. He's right. Only let me just say this part. This whole show is actually about consequences and results, bro. So if you were right, we would see the results. Like even take it down to literacy rates. If men and women were actually together in the home and the man was taking care of the bills, the woman would work less and read to the children at night. But the children are failing from the unmarried homes. The most unmarried homes have the most illiterate children. So it's like we do have ways to see if this metric that you're talking about, like, oh, they're cohabitating, but they're not married, is actually working. We would see it in one way or another.
Your premise is that the mom and daddy can read. Like your whole premise, the premise you just made was like the mama is capable of teaching, and I done heard you from a teacher point of view that you don't think parents even have the capacity to teach their kids how to read.
Well, hold on.
That's what you
It just
said.
so happens
That's what you said.
that the group of people we talking about call themselves the most educated women. So we can assume they read.
But you get what I'm saying? Is that you assuming just because it's two people inside this house and they're cohabitating, they have the skills to be able to produce a successful household. The skills to be able to make sure people can read at a 9th and 10th grade yet letter. And I'm gonna tell you, life is different now. Just because that man in that household, she working too. Most women are working
It's a natural.
like the
I
men
know what
are.
you're talking about, but you have to admit that it's a natural byproduct of two people being together that they care enough about their kids to give them a better life. That's why there's so few two-parent households in the hood. When two people get together, the very first thing they think about is, let me get my children in a better school district. Let me get them in a better situation so they don't die on the way home. So we got to give credence to the fact that two people, I'm sorry. All of my siblings got master's degrees and my dad got a 6th grade education and my mom only graduated high school. It is possible for two people to just want better for their children and it happens as a byproduct of them.
I agree with that statement, but what I'm trying to ask you, do you believe majority of the people are cohabitating, or you believe that the majority of people are single and by themselves? Let me get that understanding from you.
The large majority of unmarried people are single and living by themselves. Even the housing numbers of women own the most home more than men proves that.
And I'm gonna tell you, based off the numbers, go back and watch the show that I was on with him. That is a lie. Majority of the people are not living by themselves. We know that over 50% of the people in America is married. And then on top of that, if we take that number, we're not even including the people that's cohabitating together. We pulled up the data, and the data says that the majority of people are cohabitating.
But okay, so because I understand the argument, but the thing is, I don't think we can render the complaints concerns moot though, right? Because when you were going around the room, EBD isn't in a relationship, right? Trev, are you in a relationship?
No, sir.
What's your experience with the women in the earth?
Fucking and vibing.
Entitlement, mean, bitter.
Fucking and vibing. Probably go like 3 months. Then they start yearning for other things. Then it comes to place. And then you repeat again. Especially if you're outside. So if you outside on the weekends, you meet people, be vibing at first, give it about 3 to 4 months, and go left. Because they're not getting what they want. Even though initially we spoke about doing the same thing.
So I'm gonna say this, well, finally, but to see a stable relationship is rare. Like, I can only point to my father who's been married for over 30 years to the same woman. Now I can actually have an example of what a stable marriage is. The only way they're checking out and leaving each other is when they die. That is a stable marriage. That is what a relationship is, and it was meant to be, right? They argue and complain about stupid shit all the time, but dinner is still cooked at 7. She is still being picked up from work by my father, even though they argued like 2 hours earlier about the TV or about the air conditioning or whatever. They argue all the time over stupid
but the
shit.
landscape, not the old niggas, the landscape.
No, I get it. But what I'm saying is that kind of relationship is rare to see that I know and can regularly subscribe to, right? What we have right now is something completely different. Now you can't even get past a 6-month or 8-month relationship without somebody checking out.
Well, question.
That's the crazy part.
Hold on, E. Let's get the examples. Then you can reply. I hope you're able to reply in totality to what you're hearing. Arnold, what's the landscape?
I'm saying that the landscape is that, say, I want to say 70 to 60% of the women are not desirable for a relationship, right? So you do have to go through a fair amount of women to find one to keep, right? There are keepers that exist. That's what we're saying, right? And then as far as when I'm saying sample size, if we were in these conversations and the black women were saying, no, brother, we want to figure out how to be in a relationship with you, right? That's what we want. If that's what the conversations were, they would not be contentious. The conversations are, nah, I do this because of this, right? No, you do this because of that. It's not my problem. I don't have an issue in relationships. It's only because of this. So it don't sound like there are just so many successful relationships going on, because when the women are talking, they have points of contention as well.
So
if there are no points of contention, why are they presenting them?
Yeah, there's definitely contention for sure. And when we do this panel on Wednesday evening, if we be honest with married people, the behaviors that are exuded, that are undesirable, exist within marriages too. Right? There's a lot of correction, a lot of discussion, there's arguments, there's discourse, right? All that shit still happens, right? If we keep it tall, but this part, Arnold, would you say it's 40% of good women are relationshipable women, or whatever the case is out there, or 30%? If you had to choose.
If I had to choose, I would go with the lower to be conservative about the number. But yeah, it could be as much as 40. That's what I was saying.
What I was just asking, was it coincidental with the marriage statistics? But it sounds like it's more coincidental than.
I'm saying it tracks in real life.
Okay, so you're saying it's not coincidental because the marriage rate's about what, 30% or so? So I'm just wondering if that correlates at all to your synopsis. So
I'm saying that, every other woman is not marriageable outside right now.
Okay. Sherelle, what's your synopsis of the market?
I don't know. I'm not on the market. I don't know what's going on for real.
Mr. Fantastic, is he there? You freezing up.
I'm freezing. Give me a second. I'll be at the house in a second.
Okay. Because the origin of the conversation is the healing journeys and ghost work, not ghost
shadow work.
Shadow. I don't know why I can't shadow work, and these journeys that people go on. What does it mean and to who and who's it to benefit? And if all our women are on these shadow work journeys, why are the relationships still in disarray?
But HAMP, full circle to that question I asked.
Yeah.
Who's assessing the people that are self-claiming healing? Somebody has to be there to be like, all right, you passed that one. All right, let's go. Yeah. But no one's there. You're going to be biased to yourself.
Yeah. That's why I'm apprehensive about therapy, because you have to keep it. So you have to be 100% honest to, I think, benefit. But if you skewing every story to where you the hero, what happens? That's why I'm kind of skeptical. And the therapist can only go so far. They have rules, they can't really tell you what to do. You know what I mean? It's almost like a lawyer before you give them the
they can't go in on you.
Before you give them the retainer, they'll be like, well, I can't advise you, but then you pay them, then they'll tell you the shit you need to know. But you know what I'm saying? Let me see. Hold on. Mo, you got to get on camera. I'll bring you up. Go ahead, E.
Is that a woman?
It was a lot.
Yeah,
It was a lot said, and let me ask Arnold a question before I respond. So are you saying the 70-30, do you believe that 30% of the women are already taken?
No, I'm like, we just talking about available women. I'm talking about available women.
Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. I didn't want to respond in bad faith. That's why I asked that question. So I believe if men are saying that it's 30% of people are available for long-term relationships and they keep getting into relationships with the 70%, it shows that they don't want these long-term relationships. And I'm just going based off
don't misinterpret what I said. I said you have to go through 100% of the women, right, to find the 30%.
Exactly. I'm responding exactly to that point. So if I was a single man, looking for a good woman, and I had to go through 10 women, and 3 out of the 10 women, I'm gonna play the numbers game and get through the 10 as soon as possible to find my wife, to find my long distance.
That's so just so we on the same page. That is the landscape right now.
Okay,
yes, facts.
No, listen, if that's the landscape, and I get what y'all guys saying, I'm not even arguing the landscape. I'm saying if that's possible, if men truly and honestly want those women, it means that they are available. And and most men are not choosing that 30%, because this 30% is available and they're open to be able to be in a relationship. So if I know that it is, because it's two different types of mindset. There's no good women out there. I'm not talking to that guy. But the guy who's saying, you know what, if I go through the numbers, I'm going to get the results that I need. The question is, if you know those women are out there, why have you chosen not to be in a relationship with the women that are qualified? And I think once we start having this conversation, it typically boils down to is that the men truthfully and honestly like the whole culture, and they want to actually mess with the 70% a lot more than they want to mess with the 30%. Do y'all get my premise?
Real quick, E, I think you're talking about like a cohort of people. Like nobody can dismiss your premise outright. Like nobody can say that's not some dudes out here, right? But here's what I think. Like I think dudes actually do want relationships more than they let on. Here's the issue, because I'm gonna use your point about conservative men being successfully married. Even men that identify as Democrats, if you go look inside of their marriage and the way it's set up in a traditional fashion. So this is what I think men are experiencing. We have the largest group of non-traditional women in history, right? Just because a woman is educated does not mean she gets to renegotiate her role as a wife. That is what dudes are dealing with. All right. Men only know how to be a relationship in one way, as a
But
man.
see, but the problem with
So
what you
hold on
said,
real quick. Let
Trigger
me just
Mom,
say
I want
this.
to respond to that.
Well, no,
Because the
real quick. Let
problem
me
is
just
you
say
keep
this.
going back to the 70%.
Hold on. No. But what I'm saying is like a dude can get into a relationship in earnest with a woman. For that relationship to progress, she is going to have to put herself in the role of wife and not infringe on his role at all. These dudes that are complaining are basically saying, I don't know what's wrong with this woman, but she keeps encroaching on my role. She don't want to be a wife. She wants to renegotiate everything she does every time she get a new job or she started making more money. Like that's what the dudes are. You have to
No,
listen to their
but Trigger
detailed
Mike, you
complaints,
still
bro.
keep going to the 70%. I asked a really simple question. Hello, let
I'm
me tell you what.
I'm actually saying, hold on. I'm actually saying within the 30%, this speaks to Hamp's point. These problems happen in marriages.
That's not what they're saying. See, that's the point that I'm trying to help you understand. They're not saying what you're saying. They're saying that the 30% is good, that the 30% is marriageable. It's not this switch pitch that's in the 70%. That's that's what I keep trying to tell you is you keep trying to explain to me what's inside this 30%, and the single men on the panel, we're taking it at face value that they're not saying that, Trigger Mike. They saying that these people are suitable.
Well, we'll see. Well, because it's kind of going off into some other shit, right? And that the suitability thing, when you start to mine through stuff, you realize that these journeys are frivolous. So when even when you saying that she's suitable, by what metric? To Trevor's point, that's what I'm really trying to understand when I was asking Sherelle about ghost work and all this other shit. Like, what does it actually mean? Who's actually doing it? Or are they just wearing the moniker because it's cool to do? And then how do you mine through this minefield? That's what I'm trying to understand.
It's too fluid, man. It's too fluid. It can be whatever you want it to be at that moment.
I think the word we're missing here
And then
is
after
work.
EBD go, I'm gonna get Mo in. Mo, what's popping?
Yeah, I think the word that we're missing for all this is work. Like men are conditioned to work and to earn for what they want, while women feel that they deserve to have what they want come to them, and that is the entire difference. We have to go and work on ourselves in order to qualify for the better job, the better house, the better money, the better everything that we have. We have to go out and get it. While women are not conditioned to do such things, they're conditioned to believe that what they want should come to them with no work. That is the difference. When we're talking about healing, when we're talking about going on a journey, there is no work involved because work ends in results, tangible results.
Okay. Mo was goody. How are you?
Afternoon. How are you?
Regular. You can't complain. What did you want to comment on?
Yes, this is afternoon, everyone. This is my first time on the panel, but sometimes I'll
Yes,
be in the
salute.
commenting.
Indeed, indeed. I see you in the chat, man. Welcome.
Thank you. So I guess the topic of healing, I just have, how can I say? I'm very passionate about that because I feel like most people were just floating through life as complete fools. And until you begin to have some type of self-awareness and regulate, you're probably always going to be as such. I think, of course, there's a lot of, I've heard this one guy, he calls it spiritual bubblegum, where people go around and they say that they're doing this and they say that they're doing that, but really it's just to make themselves feel better. And that's what happens when you bullshit your own self. And it's a human thing. People bullshit themselves all the time. And so how are you going to, how can I say, how are you going to quantify that? No one else can quantify, not trying to belittle what anyone says, but no one else can quantify your own life. Only you know your own life. Only you and the Most High is with you every minute of every moment of every day. How can someone else tell you that you're not shifting or changing or metamorphosing in some way? Sure, they can observe your actions, your reactions when they're around you. Sure. But that doesn't mean that you in your entirety has not done some type of self-accountability. That just means that they have seen still flashes of old. And so I think that most people were going around trying to be in these relationships with people, and we have zero relationship with self. We don't like ourselves. We pretty much hate ourselves. We don't believe in ourselves. We don't, and when we speak highly of ourselves, it's I think it's most of the time to make ourselves feel better rather than actually addressing what's wrong with us. So yeah.
So Mo, so I guess in theory, based on that theory, everybody's healing?
No, you're healing if you're self-aware enough that something is wrong with you.
Okay. But if only you experience the healing process, how do we know it exists?
So what I'm saying is people might be able to feel or see whether you're maybe still doing the same actions, or you're doing different actions, or you're doing new actions. But that's still in and of itself their perspective of you.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it is how you say, irresponsible of a person to think that they're the only one that can judge them? Because essentially what you're saying is I get to determine what my process is and looks like. But if I've been around cheeky for 10 years, I have observable reality. You start to get discernment about a person because you have a relationship. So why can't I be part of that process?
Yes, you can. You can. But what I'm saying is that's all it is. And you can take your social interactions with that person, because 9 times out of 10, most people begin to change because of their social interactions with humans, because we're around humans. We're social creatures, truly. And so when we're around humans and you begin to become self-aware, so you see patterns that you may like or you may not like, then you can begin to slowly but surely, hopefully, do some type of self-critique. And then eventually, maybe the people that you're having these social interactions with, they will see or they will not see. That's still their observable reality. It does not mean that you haven't done some type of work. Do you understand? Because you cannot, that's the whole point, is like you use social interactions, but you don't let them dictate every aspect of your being, or else you're just going to constantly be trying to find a way to make everyone feel good about who you are.
Yeah, 100%. I hear what you're saying. Well, there's usually I think we judge ourselves off our intentions and we judge everybody else off their actions. But now when I'm doing this healing thing, I want to be able to determine, regardless if anybody can see it, that I'm doing a good job, when we can't see it through the observable reality of your actions. And therefore, I think it's disingenuous, which is why when people actually do it, and I have a little bit of insight to when I saw somebody actually do it, now I'm like, hold on, you like the Hamburglar. And then when you trigger that person, they still the same nigga.
Yeah, because that's a part of it.
What part?
That is the part of self-actualization. Is you're going to be triggered until whatever it is, it's a constant thing. That's the thing. This is not a black or white. This is not a fact or fiction. And it's going to be arbitrary on the outside because you're not me and I'm not you. So but it doesn't. But once again, say I'm around Miss Sherelle for 10 years and I have new actions. I've started to implement things that is observable to Miss Sherelle. It's still her observable reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I hear
whether there is a change or not a change, it's still her observable reality.
Yeah, I just don't want people to use the word change. Maybe that's what it is, because you ain't changed.
I don't. It's a simple term, but metamorphosis.
No.
Whatever
You
word.
ain't a caterpillar.
whatever word you need to put. See, but that's
The butterfly.
your definition.
But
That's how
that's the
how
problem.
you observe life.
But what you just did was slightly not you. It's not because you're trying to, but it's contrary to your earlier point. Because we can see the caterpillar change into a butterfly. You see, right? So the observer reality shows the fact that something actually took place. What you were presenting was I get to make these internal. One second, and you can respond in totality because you're gonna need all the information to respond correctly.
Sure.
Right. But what you were saying was it's all in me. Right. So the caterpillar, the metamorphosis is literally a physical thing that we've seen them go through. Right. And so now we all can see the change. What you're presenting is that change is based on where I am within myself. Different.
Correct. And so how can I say there's so many parts of it. So I can have a metamorphosis or be in the midst of a metamorphosis and still be triggered. I can be in a metamorphosis and you still see glimpses of, I thought you said you wasn't like that. I could be in a metamorphosis and have such incredible reactions with society that some may not see. Once again, you're not with someone every minute of every day of every hour. It's them. And then if you are someone that's in their life, eventually you will.
Yeah, I just fear that we can't do a lot with it. And so what happens is,
what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so like when they're talking like, hey, sometimes it is, sometimes it ain't. You watch the show, I don't even use sometimes. So she like, hey, I might slip up. but then it keep on slipping, keep on you keep on being the person that keeps slipping. And we got to give grace because know people are going to have relapses. That is not sustainable. And that's what I'm seeing happen on the majority of these people going through these journeys because it's self-applied and they get to determine when they made it. To Trev's earlier point, I can't hinge a relationship or marriage on that because you keep on slipping. So for me, I know that I don't change. I mask or I control. You know what I'm saying? At any point, I don't even want to say this. I could punch a motherfucker in their mouth. I'm just being honest. Like outside in the earth, if things get to that point, I'm not scared to get beat up. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind losing a fight. It is what it is. But I control it. I'm like, Rocky. That's my baby daughter. You know what I'm saying? And that's my favorite kid. So I'm like, Rocky. Don't let these white people, you know what I mean? And then I make it home. Right? I get finished DJing. All these girls got no clothes on. Right? I say, wife, kids. And I get my $6 ass in the car. Right? Because these things you have to control them. No, but that's saying I know myself to know that you don't change, right? But you control these things. I just wish they would be honest. I could cuss your ass out, my nigga. I was cussing my last husband out, but I'm gonna do my best not to cuss. I would rather take that than I've healed. Come on, beloved.
Yeah.
But Mo and Ham.
Bubble gum.
But Mo and Ham, I got a question. The healing and the journey, is there any ending to it?
No, there's no ending.
So I'm forever journeyman and I'm forever healing.
It may be things that you how I view it is the more self-aware and self-actualization, the more you can manage and go through this life. And there's some things that you may say, I'm going to manage. There's some things you may say, I'm going to completely cut out. It's about you, really.
Yeah.
It's about you, really.
I think the blind spot the fellas have in this conversation, I just from listening to her talk, none of their healing has anything to do with how they present themselves in a relationship.
Because that's the whole point of why these things is crazy. You cannot. It's not about how you. It's not about how you present in a relationship.
Mo, do me a favor, Mo. Hold on a second. Let me set it up, Arnold. Mo, do me a favor. Have the conversation with what Arnold's presenting. I think it's interesting.
Okay, I
If
thought
y'all
he
don't,
stopped
if you
talking.
don't,
But sorry.
no, but I just want to, because I want to make sure everybody hear it clearly. Because it like Trev was finishing his thought and then Arnold jumped in, not rudely, but it was like right on top of each other. Pause. So, go ahead, Arnold. Say what you said again.
Yeah, so I guess like that was the blind spot I think most of the men have in this conversation is that the healing has something to do with how women present themselves in relationships. And from listening to you
said a healing, it does or it doesn't. I'm sorry.
it does not, right? The way when women talk about healing has nothing to do with how they present themselves in relationships, right? Because when you just spoke, right, nothing you said was in relation to how that woman will present herself in the relationship. It was about
It
herself.
doesn't have anything to do with relationship with others, only with self. And the relationship with self is then reflected with the relationship of others, sir. That is why people cannot get along, because they do not love nor like nor respect themselves. And then they get with someone else and it's a reflection of themselves. And now it's two broken, mad people saying, you're wrong, and everybody is out of their mind.
Mo, we listen to what he's saying and then
I responded.
I know. Mo, you even been like kind of interjecting when I'm talking, so I'm thinking that you're not getting all the information. So at least let him finish.
Very fast. Sorry.
Maybe.
Oh no. You see, you said maybe. Yet I have lived in this embody with this mind and this spirit my entire life. It does. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I haven't seen over talkers process information any better than other people. I just think they start talking before it's their turn. You know what I'm saying? But CBD, right? You may be a fast processor. But I just want to make sure you get all this information so you can respond in totality. Because I'm not sure if the disagreement is where you may think it is. That's all. Go ahead, Arnold.
Yeah, so I'm not even saying that it's supposed to be right as part of the relationship. It's wherever that woman thinks it's going to be. But as far as why it matters to men is that where it's presenting themselves, they're saying that they're healing, right? That they're becoming a better person, but that better person now just has a six-figure man, right? That they can't cooperate with. The same as they did when they had the men that wasn't making any money, right? The way they're presenting themselves in a relationship is the same, right? They might be, on a different level healed for themselves, but the way they interact, right, with their significant other is the same.
Yeah, okay, so you're saying that people who are saying, or I should say women, because you made it very specific to women, yeah? So you're saying that women who say that they are healed, once they get into a relationship, their counterpart, the male counterpart, does not feel nor see that healed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're saying that the man was with them before they began some type of self-correction?
No. This is a new man, right? There was a man who she was with, who she felt like she needed to heal in between, right? Maybe not from him, but after him, she decided, I need to heal. Right now, she feels better about herself. She goes and finds a man that she feels that she deserves, and then she presents herself as the same issues with that new man.
Okay, so what are you saying about that?
No, I'm saying I apologize for our blind spot as men saying that we assumed that the healing had something to do with us or was for us, but it doesn't.
And it doesn't.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. That's the point.
Based on the results, we understand that it doesn't. So
based on the results, now you want to do that? Come on. Okay.
But Mo, real quick, let me say, like, the reason why I think this is kind of disingenuous is because
for me,
I think no, not you. I mean, like women in general, y'all are very disingenuous on this healing journey because this generation of men, when it comes to a woman's strengths or something she believes she has over a man, y'all want to be viewed objectively. I have more education than him, therefore I should be making more money, whatever it is.
Don't go there yet. Don't hold on, Mike. Don't go over there. Don't go over
what
there.
I'm saying is
everybody's going everywhere.
When it comes to your behavior, now all of a sudden it's subjective and it's only open to you.
Yeah, no, you're right, Mike. But I'm not trying to because the part that we need to mind through, right? Because I don't know if you can hear Arnold's tone, right? Yeah. It has even a level of like sarcasm, right? Because we're thinking that the healing would be beneficial to the man that you date after you heal, right? And Sherelle was saying, I don't know if you were saying no to that, Sherelle, but I know you were saying But that's I want to hear more about that part because I'm thinking it should benefit the people around you when you heal, especially the next man.
It is, but it's messy. But it's messy. We're humans. It's messy. It's not life. Life is not rainbows and glitter. It's messy. It's messy, and it doesn't mean that you have to. Here's the part of actual self-respect. You can say, "Yo, I respect what you're doing and where you at. I ain't gonna have no parts of it though," and move on.
So I guess my question, Sherelle wants to go. So Sherelle, you go ahead. But can
yes.
after Sherelle goes,
I need to.
if what she's saying is true, then I need to confirm with the two women who understand and have more in-depth knowledge. Does that not seem selfish? Not selfishness is a neutral word, so don't take offense to it. But if you're saying my journey of self-healing is only meant to benefit me because it's meant for me, would we be right in saying that's selfish? So Sherelle, maybe Sherelle first because she's been waiting, and then you, Mo.
That wasn't
appreciate
what
it.
That wasn't I wasn't saying no to.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, go ahead. But
that's what I thought, Sherelle. I didn't think you were saying no to that part. I think you were saying
no to that part. I was on something.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
What I'm saying is the reason why you need self-actualization and self-awareness is for yourself. Everyone else can be, if they're in your life, a byproduct of that. Or they may be in your life, especially if it's family. Family usually feels it the most. How sticky and grimy it could be. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know why? Because now it's selfish, but most people are doing it. I'm voicing it. People that have actual self-awareness would be like, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm low-key low. I'm really low. But I'm trying not to be. People don't say that. They go around like nothing's wrong with them.
Yeah. So what happens is I guess in the real world, when women talk about this healing process, they are abstaining, right? They say, I'm abstaining, I'm being abstinent.
You mean like sexually?
Yes, they're saying those type of things, right? They're like saying, I'm not going to be in a relationship until I'm ready to be in one, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of their healing process, right? So to me, part of that healing process is how you're going to show up in that next relationship, right? Because you're equating it. You're saying, I'm not going to do this until I'm healed, but then they get into this relationship and do the same exact things because their healing had nothing to do with that relationship. So they could have been in relationships this whole time because it didn't matter. Just because they wanted to heal, right, for themselves. But the relationship had nothing to do with that process. Or not being in one had nothing to do with that process.
I see. My retort to that would be they just need to hold up the mirror longer. They're not holding up the mirror maybe in honesty. Maybe they have skipped over something. Maybe they have missed something because holding that mirror, it causes too much pain. Maybe. And maybe being in the relationship 9 times out of 10, every time you're in some type of relation with someone, it's a mirror. So the woman's messed up, but the man's not. No, everybody.
Absolutely not. That's not what we're saying. So the coachable points when we're talking to men is we listen to the things that women are saying that they have complaints about, right? We're having men correct those things.
I thought we were talking about healing, but I don't know.
In the coaching, because the men are not. I'm saying, look, the men are not being hurt through these relationships the same way women say they're being hurt through the process of these relationships, right? So I'm not telling my homeboy he needs to heal from his ex-girlfriend. That's not what's going on, right? We asking what happened, what went wrong, and what you can do better to have a successful relationship in the future. I'm not telling him, hey, bro, be by yourself, bro. Go on the trip by yourself. Chill out.
You should.
Right? That's not what we're telling men. That's not how men operate.
You should.
No, we shouldn't.
No, you should.
Men should grind. Men should grind.
Grind doing what, sir?
To figure it out. To do the hard thing in life.
What are you talking about? You saying that they shouldn't be alone, but they should grind. What, grind with making money? What do you mean?
Work.
Whatever that makes your relationship not work, fix that about yourself.
Work, to put in work, to get the results, to earn everything that we have, including a better relationship. Work to do something about it. Not healing. Hang on.
It sounds like y'all saying the same thing.
Wait. We heal differently. however it is that you women do when you get together and you talk it out and you cry and watch The Notebook, whatever it is that you do in order to hang on.
I cry in my room. I don't know what you're talking about with other women.
I'm not even done yet. Hang on. We're different. We're not the same. You're confused because you think that a woman's subscription and how she processes things is the same as men. Yeah, you men should. No, we shouldn't. We're two different creatures. We put in work to acquire what we want.
So
hold on, really quick.
What's the point you're trying to say?
I just said
it.
Hold on.
Not really.
I'm trying to understand.
Every man understands.
To me, it sounds as if y'all are saying the same thing. Women are calling it healing, and niggas is calling it work. That's what it sounds like.
Right.
I don't. Unless I'm misunderstanding.
No, Cheeky. Here's the difference. In order to acquire a better relationship for the woman that we want to get, whatever woman that we feel we qualify for, there are certain things that we must knowingly and visibly achieve in order to get the result. Women don't have this same thought process. I'm better now. I deserve better now. He was a piece of shit. I deserve a better man than that. That's what they do when they talk to each other.
And I told you, and I mentioned it how many times that spiritual brother. No. We cannot let you say
you don't need him. He was no good. He's trash. That's how they communicate with each other. When men get failed results, we tell each other, buck up, get back to work, do this, put in the hours in order to get what you want, better results. Put in and do, not sit there and cry.
And then you're just going to get a woman that has the same merit you're holding. Bullshit.
Oh, okay, so Sherelle was getting ready to give her perspective. Maybe
go
she
ahead.
Can help us.
Yeah,
let's see, Sherelle.
That's the difference. Work.
Yeah.
I think it's the convoluting between women leveling up and then women healing, right? Like I said, the healing movement is being hijacked and placed by somebody else. The leveling up is just the same way y'all feel like the fact that you can only pull fat, ugly girls and then you got money and now you think you can pull 10s, right? Because you got money. So you get badder bitches, the more you go up in status, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, women feel the same way. They feel like, okay, when I was just a girl and I ain't have nothing going for myself, if I go get this BBL, yeah, I only want rappers. I only want if I can attract rappers and ball players and all of them gonna make me a baby mama anyway, I'm gonna be a rapper and a ball player baby mama. Jada Waiter and all of them, they're not going to mess with the average Joe because they feel like I've reached a level of status to where I can bring in men who have higher incomes, right? That's leveling up culture. That's not healing. If women who go get degrees typically want a man with a degree. Women who earn 6 figures, they typically want a man who makes 6 figures or more than them. They've leveled up in life and they feel like they want somebody to be higher or on their level. That has nothing to do with healing. And healing has nothing to do with men. And women who do stupid shit like make a healing journey about a man is the main reason why they never heal. And they're never going to heal. Because healing has nothing to do with somebody outside of yourself. 3 components of shadow work for people who really do shadow work and not people who bullshit about it is 1, healing your inner child. People have all type of traumatic shit happen to them as children. That has nothing to do with no man that they've dated in a romantic relationship. You have to heal your inner child. People have mother and father wounds, especially Black people who had an abusive mother, overbearing moms. We talk about that all the time. Y'all don't think you need to heal from that shit? No, because men can work through it. And then you're through the roof with self-deletion. Because you're working through it. Don't cry, work through it. You're a man. That's how you do it. Women are not built like you, so they have to do it in a different way. But yeah, guess what? A lot of mothers have been fucked up to their daughters. And y'all talk about it all the time. When it benefits y'all topic, y'all talk about how these women are abusive to their children. At some point, you got to heal through it. That's shadow work. Healing your mother wounds. Healing the fact that a man put you in this world and you don't even know that nigga. That nigga ain't found you no interest in trying to be around you at all. And you grew up your whole life with a man that was supposed to show you the most love in the world. You don't know that man. That's a father wound. And you got to heal that because everything about those wounds reflects your day-to-day walking in life. And when you heal, it fucking reflects everybody. You becoming a better person, it benefits everybody. The man who's a murderer decides to stop murdering, that benefits everybody. The fact that HAMP won't just slap you, he'll think about his daughter, that benefits everybody. Yes, it does. Me being a better person is going to benefit the majority of the people that's close to me, but it's going to benefit everybody. But if you don't know where my starting point from, you're going to try to make it seem like I didn't heal when I would have should have spit on you. And 10 years ago, I would have spit on you. So yeah, you just benefited from me healing.
Right, but so it
does. So everybody literally does benefit from it. But your healing journey cannot be about somebody else when you're dealing with shit that didn't nobody else. That shit is irrelevant.
Right, but I'm saying so. Right, so is the what women are saying is the reason I present myself like this is because of what I went through. Right, is that something that they're consciously saying out loud? And then okay, I'm healing. I did this to people. I'm taking accountability for what I did, and I'm going to heal myself so I can be better and do different things. Right? That's not what's being said. They're not taking account to what they have done, all right, or why they do what they do. Right? They say there are external forces, right, usually from a man that caused me to be in this space, and I have to heal from that. They're not saying, "Oh, XYZ happened in my youth. I present myself like this because of those things." Right? Yeah. I apologize to you for being that, and I'm going to fix those things in myself. That's not what's happening.
Okay, and I can agree with that, and that's why I'm telling you that it's BS to try to dismiss shadow work or make a mockery of shadow work. But that's not what people are doing. They're not actually healing. You're taking a group of people that's not healing and trying to say that healing is bullshit. No, people are bullshitters.
Yeah, I agree.
They have little children who get abused in church. Yeah. So we should throw away people, and people throw away God because what people of God have done to them.
Okay.
You don't get to throw away what the fuck it is because people are bullshitting. People are bullshitters and throw them away. If you saying you healing and it don't look like she healing, then she lying. Yeah. Move the fuck on. But that don't mean healing don't need to be done.
No, you dead ass.
That's an example that it really needs to be done.
Yeah, so healing needs to be done. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
You just did a good job. So now I understand what you mean by saying that the movement was hijacked. So now I understand it. Because as you were speaking, I immediately start thinking that just leads to false prophets. It's and then to Trev's point, this leads to people falsely qualifying themselves, right? How is it that the biggest relationship therapists aren't married? You see what I'm saying? That's just crazy, right? I still don't understand how a marriage and family therapist could get that license and she ain't married, right? Because it's crazy. So I get it now. False prophets end up, they are the people that end up coming out using healing as a trope to advance themselves, enrich themselves, and they completely taint and dilute the purpose of the thing. Because I really felt that when you said people don't even go to church because the supposed people of God did them wrong. God didn't do anything. The church didn't even do nothing. It was the people in it. So I definitely,
that's what I'm saying. And will people abuse a healing journey? Yes, they will. People sell miracles on the phone. You can call somebody and get past the current. If you send him $9.95, he'll send you a blessing. Like, yes, people abuse the fuck out of people because they see people
abuse anything
and they try to capitalize on it. Yes.
And God.
Well, and that's the key. That's the key.
Does anyone understand what I was saying now? Or
no, I got a question for Sherelle.
No, okay.
Go ahead, Trey.
Sherelle said it loud.
Sherelle, so I want to know
I got you.
Who grades that shadow work after you're done?
She talking to somebody in the background.
Oh yeah.
Talking to kids.
Yeah. What's up?
I always want snacks for breakfast. What's up?
I want to know, Sherelle, who grades the shadow work after you're done? Yourself?
The Most High. Most High redeems you.
Okay.
You and people are always going to take that as a thing, right? People are going to laugh at or joke about it because they're not actually doing their inner work with their creator. But nobody can redeem you but your creator, and you will move in different actions. You talking about somebody that they call Israelites, right? But that man wasn't born Israel. But you can't, you ain't nobody gonna take the fact that he's Israel away. He was born Jacob, but once he wrestled with his creator, then he became somebody else. You wrestle with your own creator. My creator gonna make me something different. And when I move, I'ma walk different. Jacob walked different for the rest of his life. He walked different.
So I have a
You're
question.
not gonna take that mentally. You're not gonna understand what they say when they say after he wrestled with God, he walked different for the rest of his life. You're gonna walk different. You're gonna talk different. You're gonna be different. And it's different levels. Every level you go up, you're gonna walk different. You're gonna be different. That's how you know you passed your journey.
Okay. My question would be to yes, no, right? So I have a counter question. Not that I'm against it. I think we're both looking for a tangible human being to sign off on this person's progress. Who do you think that should be?
I don't know.
I can
right.
tell you. I can tell
And
you. I
that's-
can tell
so
you.
we-
I can tell you.
Hold on,
I can
wait,
tell you.
Hold on.
He asked the question. I'm just trying to get his perspective, and then anybody else can. So yours is I don't know. Mine's is I don't know either. So now everybody else.
What I can tell you is it's typically your best friend, because your best friend who you tell all your secrets to, who's been through all the bullshit with you from years or from sandbox, they're the ones who come back and see you and say, yo, dude, you changed. What do you mean I've changed? They can describe these changes to you, to your face. Your best friend can validate whether or not you've changed or if you're on the same bullshit.
And also the most high.
That's good, EPD.
The most high, she's right, but by proxy of the men around you. So it literally says you are charged to commune together, right? We literally judge each other on a daily basis, right? Don't, because you show your faith by your works. So it's not just a thought. Their actions change, and we make sure, hey, my nigga, you slipping.
So with that being said, it kind of go back to the point that you had brought earlier to Mo, which is which is why I asked the question, right? To bring it full circle. If there is no accountability partner or any accountability to the individual person,
there you go.
All of these things have little to no measurement, and it makes anybody who's logical, right? I'm sorry, you on a panel full of logical people, as best as we can be, right? Air quotes. But the thing is, you're not going to be able to tell people like me, God, and your best friend. When I hear from men, women, best friend is usually their worst enemy, and God is somebody you can choose not to follow or follow. We're looking for some tangible action. So my answer, if assuming that everybody had a father, I would say it should be your dad or maybe your brother, like good, genuine men. And it would be a similar answer to HAMP, someone that has seen you, watched you, and helped you through this process. But the issue that we're having, especially just generally speaking, when it comes to women, they don't have a group of people who are solid, both morally, if you want to consider spiritually, or physically. Most women are not sexually pure, right? And if that don't matter you, that don't matter you. Most women are drinking and doing whatever else that's defiling their temple, however you want. She's drinking a green drink. I don't know too many women that have friends that drink green juice. That's what I'm saying. They drink Don Julio, tequila, and something else. Like, okay. So nobody, there's no accountability partner to these women that are saying, hey, I'm healed. The only thing we have is their word, and the issue that all men and all people will have is trusting that word is bond. When we found out word is not bond, because bonds can be broken. Many men and women do it every day. We just don't trust y'all. I'm just gonna be. I don't trust you. I don't trust you.
May I? Absolutely. I think it's yourself. Why do you need anyone else outside of yourself? That means you don't trust yourself.
No. So
you know what I mean?
So I'm not. It's not a question of.
But I ain't gonna lie. I do be asking my dad. I'm like that.
So okay, so Mo, what we're saying is
trust but verify.
We all agree that healing is a individual internal change and metamorphosis. There's no one's disagreeing here. The issue that we're having is how can we verify that change has taken place so that we know this person is healthy enough to be in a relationship with? The answer is we really do not know, and that's been the problem for most men. A lot of women have been claiming the things that you and Sherelle have been doing, but their actions and their fruit of their labor has been piss poor or non-existent, or it's been rotten to the point where we don't trust to the point where word association starts happening to human beings. If I tell you I like bad bitches, that's my fucking problem, you know that's 2 Chainz. When I hear I'm healed. I hear that's a hoe. It's just, and it's not fair to you. It's not fair to you, but it is what it is. So that's
Yo,
what we're trying to express.
let me read it. See, that's a terrible. Who the fuck cares? Is diabolical. Okay, let me say
I'm
this.
honest enough to say that though.
Well, I think that's the problem that we're articulating. So it's actually all praises to the Most High that you yelled that out.
Sure.
Because
There
that's
we go.
why Sherelle gotta fight the narrative that ghost work and shadow work and all that shit is bullshit. Now she gotta fight that it ain't, because so many people saying it and not really doing it. Feel me?
It's just like
Yeah, but that
it's just like the
I
celibacy thing.
understand. But once again, that comes that. But only you're alone with your demons and not crying. So if you want to bullshit yourself, keep on.
Right. So yeah.
Let me
go
read
ahead,
these real quick.
Super chat. Yeah. Read super chat.
And let me get and did somebody tell Mr. Fantastic, you know you don't got a hat on, right? Oh, all right. You know what I mean? Gary was good. Aaron with the $2 says you can't. Aaron was popping. Aaron with the $2 says you can't put your girlfriend you can't put your girlfriend or boyfriend down on your taxes. Okay. Aaron with the $2 says to EBD point, that's when women say manifest things. Bullshit. 1015 with the $2 says, yo, what's good, son? I ain't see you in a minute, kid. Hope all is well, man. Aaron with the $2 says, 1015 in the building. Salute. Aaron with the $2 says, when women say I'm finding myself, that means she thotting. Literally, she Cheek just said this shit. Aaron with the $2 says, she can't hear y'all. She ascended beyond y'all. Is that right? Nah, Mo fuck with us. She's still down here with us, I think. Either man was popping. So the Either man said the problem is that the new man should not it's all good accept her in the state. Why would I take something that I do not want? You trying to change her. Trigger Mike with the 10 says, if Mo is to be understood, then Diddy, Billy, and Kelly should be exonerated because they are still healing from trauma and they are not responsible for the people they hurt in the process. Jesus Christ. Aaron with the $2 says, how can a woman heal with all the men in her? God damn. Narratives and dialogue with the $5 says, Mo, ellipsis. She seemed like she is not going to listen even if another woman is talking to her. She was over talking the whole time. This might be risky. You want to respond to this, Mo?
First off, I need my glasses. Second, she seemed like she was not going to listen even if another woman is talking to her. She was over talking the whole time. Yeah, sometimes I do over talk sometimes. I need to slow down my brain. I will admit that.
Illa was goody. Illa was popping with the $5 says, people use God because those conversations can't be confirmed and it buffers them from your critique and analysis of their toxic behavior. I think here's a point. Dollar Washer was goody, been a member for 11 months. What you say plus what you do equals who you are. Mr. Fantastic. Oh, wait, was it Gary here?
Gary was here first. Well, Fantastic came and then left. He was in the car.
All right, Mr. Fantastic, what's goody? Then we'll get Gary in. What's poppin'?
Brother. Yo, what up? Shout out everybody, man. I don't know, man. This whole thing, you can't. People aren't mature enough to do this self journey shit. I don't believe people aren't mature. They aren't informed. You aren't knowledgeable. A lot of niggas need psychiatric help. Okay. And for far too long, go pray about it. Go talk to the pastor, and the pastor fucking the whole congregation, including the boys, right? So when we start having this conversation, man, I just think it's I don't know what you're all finding for. Eddie Long, anybody? And and a couple other ones, but nah, man, I think it's a hard conversation to have or believe, because if it was working, why everybody need healing so much? And I think, like you guys said earlier, this is something that the women say. Men understand this, but we don't advertise it, and we're not out here. I'm on my healing journey. Like, nigga, you what? Like, you need to go to the doctor? What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? So I think it's an excuse that's used for unbecoming behavior and inability to maintain a healthy relationship. Because now that's a forever answer she gets. Well, why are you like this? Well, I'm on my healing journey and something happened in my childhood. Not to belittle that, of course, childhood trauma is a thing. I think you guys are Mo was right and exact when she said that. A lot of this stuff is childhood trauma, and we don't understand that, right? But you can't be your own doctor for a reason. Okay. You can't operate on yourself. You know what I'm saying? All right. So when we start doing this with something as serious as your mental and your emotional stability, I just think is a very, very shaky ground to walk on. Now, I'm not saying you as a person can assess yourself and know that there's something wrong, but in a lot of these things, it shouldn't just be you relied upon yourself and making up your own procedures to fix whatever's wrong with you. I think you definitely have to lean on some sort of professional or older, wiser, you know what I'm saying, trustworthy person.
Yeah, I think you need that. You need that, You need somebody that keep you there, hold you accountable when times get tough, right? Y'all watch G.I. Joes?
Yeah.
They say when the goings get tough, the tough gets going, But they was a group of them motherfuckers.
And no one's half the battle.
Even when you go to the gym with somebody else, it goes up a level. And I think we really missing that, B. And when you have a spotter in the gym, you can get that one rep you couldn't do because you don't got nobody to back you up just in case that shit hit the fan. And that's where the money is. That last rep that you don't want. When I'm about to go to the boxing gym right now. If nobody there, I'm gonna be bullshitting. But if the class come in that I teach, right? Like when they come in when I'm done almost finishing my workout, now I gotta show off and shit. Little shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Get you to where you gotta go, right? I mean, it's important.
When I went
like Mo said, we are social creatures. It applies in all these aspects.
I don't know.
I just want to say that of course I have spiritual mentors. I have guidance. I have my mother, my father that I speak to, but at the end of the day, it is still you. It's you in a room boxing this shit out. And you come out and you assess, and you talk, and you go here, and you go there, and you figure it
I
out.
don't think you ever boxed before.
Say it again?
I don't think you ever boxed before.
Yes.
Hey, let me go ahead.
There's one more thing. One more thing.
Hey, hold on, my nigga. You got your hair out, you got glasses on, you got your show. Who the fuck you think you missed the T or some shit?
Well, for one, Mr. T was bald except for one strip of hair.
You lost 7 pounds, nigga. Now this nigga is.
Now what are you talking about, man?
You think you cute, huh? Keep it tall. Tell the truth.
It's flat top from Dick Tracy.
Never.
That's that hair.
Never, man.
Damn, EBD talking shit. You know you doing.
bring up flat top from Dick Tracy and put it side by side.
I'm gonna let EBD laugh.
What I disagree with HAMP is just that I guess we gonna speak for the minority. I mean, the majority of people in that may go for them, but I just think that that's a negative premise that you can have. I remember when I wanted to go to truck driving school, I had a bunch of male cousins who didn't have children.
Naysayers.
And we was all in the circumstances, and everybody was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go together. We're gonna go together." I went by myself, and I got the shit done. I remember when it was time when I was with my friends, and I wanted to go to the gym, and I wanted to lose weight, and I wanted to change my eating habits, and I went by myself.
Yeah, but
I got a lot of results. All of my results are based off moving away from the fucking crowd and getting shit done, and not waiting on niggas to hold my hand with me to get it done.
Well, no.
I think a lot of more people fail for trying to be with the crowd and not being able to strengthen up, isolate yourself.
Well, that's not a point that was made.
Saying that you answer your own question, Rel. It's the crowd, right? The bigger the crowd, the dumber the crowd. The thing is, people. You need to look for individuals that are accountable, and this is a common thing that people mess up. Right? Everybody talk shit. Everybody say they gonna do some shit, right? Shout out to HAMP. Remember when we was doing the fucking the workout shit on Saturday?
Oh yeah.
Workout shit on Saturday, running, that shit dwindle every week.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Again, what do you call that shit at the beginning of the year? New Year's resolution. The gym packed every motherfucking January 1st. So you're right. If unfortunately you don't have a group or serious people around you, there's a lot of things where you have to be a self-starter, and that's a great thing. But what we're saying though, Bible you said two come together in my name, right? You see what I'm saying? That's more power. So
That's
you have to.
good.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying you just because Sherelle was saying something that I agree with, and she wasn't disagreeing with me.
Oh, okay, my
right?
bad.
Maybe she thought I was saying like Jones effect. No, I was saying Miss Fantastic. Let's work out because I know he works out too.
Okay.
You see, so we have the same mindset, really, and he gonna push me in that time where I hope that you don't get that text in the morning to go to the gym, and the nigga, hey, you ready? That's when you that one day because we have the same mind. Yeah. So the Jones effect
I was making sure people understand that we're not all that lucky to have that same mind. You understand what I'm saying? Some of us realistically we better than our mamas. We better than our daddies in the decisions that they make. They can't hold us accountable because they living in the wrong ways that we trying to retreat from.
Yeah, I think that's most of it.
100%.
But I wanted to say this, Real. You brought up a great point, right? I think people association, right? That's another big issue and problem. So I got molested in church. Now the church is bad. It's not that the church is bad. It's that piece of shit that was in the church and it happened to happen in church. You feel me? So I think that's one of the major things that happen. And then especially when we talk about get back to the relation, all black men ain't shit. All black women ain't shit, right? Well, baby, all the niggas you picked had motherfucking, you know what I mean? You met them in jail. You know what I'm saying? You was pen pals first, and then you became their old lady. You feel me? So I think it's a lot of stuff like that as to where people aren't paying attention and taking responsibility. When it's, of course, you can't take responsibility for, being abused as a child. I'm not saying that, to make that clear. But once you have and you're capable of choosing your circle, a lot of the times that you interact with, that's your fault because you should see a trend in the what's name. And, you know what I'm saying? We see
100%. And really, your point stands well, right? I hope that I'm the guy that I'm going, even if my man said he ain't going, right? That's the point. But if he go, there's a couple more reps I can get, a couple more risks I can take, shit like that, But at the end of the day, you should be motivated to go. I'm just saying it boosts you up. Feel me? Let me get Gary in because he ain't gonna fight his way in. He knew, and y'all need to stop treating new people so poorly, Sherelle.
What new people?
Gary, this is his second time. He hasn't been able to speak in several minutes. Mr. Fantastic
I was silent
didn't
for like an hour because I went on the ice run.
Let me finish. Mr. Fantastic didn't care that it was Gary's turn. You fought to get Mr. Fantastic in, Sherelle.
I just was being fair to let y'all know he came first.
And he keeps he keeps trying to masquerade as a regular nigga. Go ahead, Gary.
So thanks, Sam. I'm gonna be real quick because I gotta hop off, but I just want to say Sherelle was right. She was cooking. I don't believe people when they say they healed or they did this spiritual journey, because basically these people are just like drug addicts. They'll pretend to be clean. They'll say what they got to say to get along, to go along in society, pretending like they're fine when they're not really fine. They're fucked up and they're fucking everybody else up. You're spreading the disease. Stop bullshitting people. You're a fucked up person. Be honest. More people will be cool with you if you just laid it out there. Stop trying to pretend you clean. You dirty.
You dirty is diabolical.
You dirty. You dirty. Damn, man. What does dirty look like, Gary?
So, let me think. So I just graduated this May, right, from college. So the crazy thing was I was at the community college for a little bit because I need to transfer some credits to my main school.
Sure.
Every girl in my math class I had to take, all of them were single moms around my age. I'm around 27. They're either my age or younger. No fathers, all single mothers. Seem like nice people, nice girls, but they fucked up from the start. And I don't know what you want me to do with that.
Damn. So what you was telling them, Gary? How you fend them off and all that?
Yeah, you gotta play it off, man. Like some that's
and Gary was slinging dick.
Yo, Gary, hold on, Gary. Was you fending them off or what? Keep it tall, Gary.
Gary was beating them bitches down.
No self-inflicted wounds. We're not doing that.
So what you was telling them when they was on your heels?
So you just try to ignore it, man. You know, it's a mouse in the corner. I don't see nothing.
He's dusting his shoulders off. That's all.
Like shit.
I want to dust your shoulders off.
I don't know, Gary,
Nigga
man.
talking about beat it, chick.
Man, let me know what school it is, man. We're gonna get a report on Gary, man.
Oh man.
They say your last name was Steele. Is that true?
No, but it can be.
Oh, you might be Gary. How old are you?
27.
Oh, you might not know the last name Steele. Then does he? Should he know that, Mr. Fantastic?
What? She know what?
The last name Steele.
Steele.
All right, come on, my nigga. Like you don't got a X videos subscription, my nigga. Don't do this.
Oh, the guy. I hope he don't know the guy's name.
Well, but you watch, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I was like, that's not who I referenced. I like that's why it took me a while. Now, if you would have said
no, because I'm saying he is the guy. You feel me?
Oh, him. Oh, wow.
Oh,
yeah.
You know what? His name, Mr. Gary. Do you have a Yankee hat by chance, Gary?
No.
Don't think he missed the Marcus.
All right. That's what's up, man. Hey, Gary, we proud of you, man. You just graduated?
Yeah.
Your bachelor's?
Yes.
What, you went to jail or something? You 27?
No. You know, just trying to help my parents out for a while. I was trying to.
So you went to jail. Okay. Well, we glad you graduated, big boy. That's what everybody say.
That's all I wanted to say, Hamp. But I got to get out of here. But thank you.
Wait, one more question. What did you get the degree in?
Criminal justice.
Damn. Okay. We'll see you at the social work office, big boy.
Oh man, I don't know about that. Let me try the feds first.
Indeed, man. Well, we're proud of you, man.
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Man.
Shout out to the panel.
No doubt. Be safe, man. Hope I see you soon. Man, Gary, you say bye to the nigga.
Hey, Hamp.
Yo.
Cheeky and Mr. Fantastic. Where can I find healed and journey done women at?
Camp.
I know you ain't talking about camp in Houston.
No, not camp in Houston.
That's what they call Israelite. They don't call it church. They call it camp.
Oh, okay.
Nah, camp in Houston. Hey, I was DJing a day party from 3 to 6, like a dead time. Man, that shit like a fucking man. I was like, yo, I don't know how you be outside like this, bro. But yeah, come to camp. Where you at, Trev?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Mo, you got it. I just come. We about to get out of here. You can ask your question and we'll get answered. Then we'll get out of here. Trev, where you at? Where you at? Up top?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Are you in Baltimore? Okay.
Yes,
you
sir.
coming? You know we'll be in DC next week.
Word.
I got a live show next week. We got a party. We going to the museum. We got a karaoke. All types of shit. We got a boxing match. Somebody drop the link in the chat. Or
check in.
Where he from though? Where you from? He not from there.
No.
I know he not from there.
Where you from, Trev?
How you know I'm not from there?
Because you said Baltimore. Because you said Baltimore. You said everywhere.
From up top somewhere.
Baltimore. That's how I know he might live there. He not from there.
Go
ahead. Born in Africa, raised in Baltimore.
Yeah,
What?
still okay. It must have been late. Say two. Hold on, say two.
Two.
Nah, you tried that.
I did not. What you talking about?
He was raised in Baltimore.
Hey, say hot dog.
Dude.
Hot dog.
Yeah, that's it. The dog will give it every time. Yeah, he got it.
Because you gotta force that.
You got it. Yeah, you can't force that.
What part of Africa you from, Trev?
Cameroon.
Yo, a couple of my mans from Cameroon, nigga. They say you live like a king and you don't pay no taxes. I said, hold on, y'all niggas different. All right, Mo, what's your question, man? We get some answers, then we get Aaron. Did you say something yet?
No.
My bad. It's your man, son. The other 6'5" nigga, and then Sherelle windmilling for him so he could talk and shit. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I know.
He's 6'4". Like,
trust me, I know it's crazy. Go ahead, Aaron.
So I guess my question is, What is healing? Is it the purpose of it? And can we look at it as a destination or something to achieve?
He froze?
It's a broadcast, so they say.
Oh, I thought you froze. The healing process is a destination. Is that what you asked?
Well, no, to be healed, right? What is the purpose of healing? And then to be healed, can we look at it as like a destination, or is there like a threshold that determines you are healed?
Hey, Aaron, I've been looking for that particular answer to that question since I got on this panel.
I would believe that the purpose
Well,
is to.
I'm not
Okay.
asking you. I'm
You
asking
asking
the
women?
two. Yes.
Okay, I thought so. I'm just saying.
Okay, you're asking the two women. I'll speak. I don't believe that you can say, "Oh, I'm healed. I'm done. There's nothing else that I am perfectly self-actualized." I don't think that will ever be a thing, and I think that's the beauty of having breath in your lungs. You can literally continuously become better.
What's the purpose of healing? That was the other question.
So that, how can I say? Because every time I talk, people say like they don't understand. So
I'm not like
so that you can have a light heart, I would say, and not be burdened by by mistakes or by the actions or the reactions of yourself within society, yourself within yourself, when you are not self-aware to self-actualize issues and the burdens of your heart and of your mind. So I
it's the
believe
process.
that, yeah, it's
Go
a
ahead.
journey.
I thought you were done. No, go ahead.
No,
Continue.
go. I
No.
talk slow because when I'm trying to explain what it is that's in my mind. So yeah, you say it's a process, and I think that's a little bit of thing with the men. That's why it's difficult for them to understand. So robotic in their mind. It cannot. The spirit is not robotic, but yeah. So it's a journey. It's a process, and I think you can become better, but you can still be triggered by the things that you have become better by.
So I have two
But you
follow-up
can become
questions
better.
then. I have two follow-up questions then based on your responses. The
Right.
first one is if your behavior in society and the way you respond to things in your environment that are related to other people, then how come your actions cannot be used by others to dictate where you are, or at least that you're headed in the right direction on this path to healing? That's the first one. The second one, if healing
Can we do one
isn't a
by one?
destination, huh?
Can we do one by one still?
All right, yeah, but I'm getting the sense that HAMP wants to terminate the session, so I would just try, if you could, be concise.
You talking to me?
Yes.
I'm gonna be however spirit comes out still.
Very well,
So,
very well.
so
But go ahead. What
but
did you want to say?
what I'm saying is, society. When you go out into society and you're on this journey, it's just a mirror. It's a mirror of, oh, this is still bothersome. Oh, this is still an over analyzation. Or this is still triggering. So because your interactions is usually a reflection of how you feel about yourself. It's a mirror.
Okay, I don't think you understand
Right.
where I'm going.
No,
But
I
let me,
understand. You don't understand.
or maybe I don't, and we can come back to that in a minute. But the next question I wanted to ask, if to be healed isn't like something that can be determined or can't be looked at as a destination or an end goal, then how do we know what compass do we have to use to point to the direction of healing? How can you chart that course if there's no destination or end goal to point it towards?
It's about being better than you were before. It's a journey of progression of self-worth and self-respect and self-admiration. So if I respect myself, then I go out into this world with respect, and then I also don't allow disrespect. But like, but it's raw because you have to be really, really, truthfully honest with yourself, and that's where a lot of people get hooked up on, because it's actually quite raw and it's actually quite troublesome, truth be told.
So someone on the path of becoming a better sociopath could essentially, by that definition, be on the path to healing.
Boss man, I don't do these types of things. So, next one. You have a next question?
Well, what?
I'll just present it to you. Go ahead.
You presented someone else. Yeah.
Well, he's saying that if it's self-actualization, self-adoration, and admiration, a sociopath can improve in that way as well, right? If they own it and there's no concise destination. That's what he's asking based on what you've presented. So it's not what you don't do, it's based on what you've presented. He's asking a question to clarify if so he can further understand.
I don't believe so. I don't believe that's a question of clarification. So there's no need for me to answer that.
It's Aaron.
So, Aaron, I don't believe that's a question of clarification. So there's no need for me to answer that.
No, I'm saying it's Aaron. So he's asking
Aaron.
for clarification.
Yeah, no, I understand. So a sociopath can. How do we get there? How do we get there? I don't understand.
Because fundamentally, sociopaths are self-interested, self-admiration, self-actualization. They have a very selfish outlook on the way they perceive their existence in society with others.
Once again, going out into society and realizing that something is off within self and wanting to work on the betterment of self, not only for society, but also for a better relationship with self. Because you want to be a better person, say for your siblings. Hopefully, you want to be a better person for your grandmothers, for the people that you have to interact with. I want to be on the road and not catch road rage for some random person. That's a small example, but these things are societal ways of how you can go into society, see how you're triggered, see the mirror, come back home, see the mirror, work on the mirror. And then that way you don't have to blame everybody for doing something to you because you have some type of self-regulation.
Right, and I would agree with that. So wouldn't it be up to the people that you just outlined to be the determining authority to be able to spell out how well you're doing? If ultimately your behavior is affecting these people and you want to improve the way your behavior affects them, then wouldn't they be the ones to be able to dictate how well you're doing in that journey?
No one can dictate. They can definitely, these people that are in your circle that you deal with on a daily basis, they can definitely have, once again, an observable reality. They can tell you, you know what? They can say, Mo, you said that you were going to not try to be quick to anger. And now you getting angry with me. I'm like, you know what? Right. Of course, that can happen. But what about when they're not there and it's a stranger and you're still quick to anger? Then it's up to you. You understand?
Well, yeah, I do. And that's why I asked, is healing some kind of a destination? You're adding a lot of criteria that would kind of define what healing is. And when you made the differentiation between a family member or someone in your inner circle versus a stranger, and those being parameters around in which healing can be determined, then that tells me that there is an end goal as defined by the criteria that you just outlined. Like if that's part of it, then that's part of it. If it isn't, it isn't. But there has to be a rubric if it's something to achieve and something to look forward to. If it's something you're going to put work towards to better yourself, there has to be a rubric for that.
What I'm saying, the rubric is self. Always come back to self.
And that's why I say the rubric of a sociopath.
I'm sorry.
That's why I said that sounds.
Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off. Genuinely.
No. I want to be quiet so that I can understand what you're saying. Go ahead.
No. I was just reiterating. That's why I said it sounds to me like that is the rubric of a sociopath.
Okay. I don't know what a sociopath is, but you do, sir. So.
Oh, okay. Well, sociopath is, let's just say, someone that is deeply concerned with self, has zero regard for others, and manipulates their environment and everything in it to achieve that end goal of self. It's all about
So,
self.
so what I was describing it is sociopathic behavior. Is that what you're saying? If that once again, I think this is low key an example of what I'm saying. This is your observable reality of what I've been saying, and yet, for me, that has nothing to do with what I've been saying.
What that last part?
So I don't know what else to say. That's why I didn't want to entertain that train of thought. You see what's going on now, for sure. So
Maybe. Okay. I can. Sherelle, did you want in on this or? Okay. Very well. Very well. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, I think we lower the bar of accountability too often. Even in an instance where I have poor behavior, a stranger can identify poor behavior. Right? Like people will say, well, it's better than what I used to do. Yeah, if I stop punching and slapping niggas, I guess it's better. Right? But the behavior is still poor. Right? And I'm still the originator of said behavior, and they don't have to know me from a can of paint to know me slapping people is not okay. I just think to skirt other people holding us accountable, we do ourselves a disservice if we care about ourselves so much. People should be able to see me changing my behavior, me being a better person. Because I would assume the people that talk about ghost work and all that stuff also believe in vibrations and feng shui and shit like that, right? And energy. Isn't that a part of all that? When you
depending on what you believe, sure.
So when you get around people, right, you can feel the energy. People give off vibes, right? If this person is doing all this healing, then that should be a residual effect of it also. But all this self-contained shit mean what the who if only person that benefit is you. And we trying to gain a community back or at least fix it.
I just have a question. Are you saying that's what I was saying?
I'm just saying. I'm saying this is my like final like synopsis of the conversation.
Okay.
You know, because I'm just thinking through it. Because my initial coming into the conversation was a gathering of a lot of stuff of which I was hearing, so to gain further understanding. And this is my cause for pause, which hasn't changed, but instead kind of been still manned. If people around you can't see it, how valuable is it? If people around you can't benefit, how valuable is it? And to Sherelle's point and Mo's point, the benefits that other people get are proxy of you doing the work on yourself for yourself.
Yeah.
But if that don't happen, that shit ain't true. And all you doing is fucking up the real ghost work niggas like Sherelle. Or whatever the ghost shadow work niggas like Sherelle. Damn, that shit sounds like
You've been saying this so much, I thought it was ghost work for real. Like I was like ghost work.
Okay, let's change it, Chief. They changed it. Fuck it.
Ghost shadows.
Yeah.
And by people saying you mean like people that's actually in your life, right? And not random.
EBD joined in. Never mind, Cheek. Let's make it go. EBD wants to went ghost. Now he fucked it up. Put it back to shadow work. What'd you say, Mo?
No, I was just clarifying. So like you saying that if people can't see it, like are you talking about like a one-off person that triggered you and you reacted in the way of old?
Especially that person.
Okay, especially that so that is their observable reality because you acted in the way of old. Does not mean you haven't been working on yourself.
You can't prove it because that's the point. When it matters the least is when you got to maintain, right? With a random person, people always say, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna never see that person again. You ever hear people say that and therefore they do whatever? But when the person matters the least and you still maintain frame and hold yourself to the highest levels of accountability with all this so-called work you've done, that's when you know you made it.
Yes. Okay, if that's what you're saying. Okay, yes. Okay, yes. Okay. Like I give the example with road rage, right? You can be working on road rage for a minute, and then your spiritual's off. Maybe you haven't been taking care of yourself spiritually, which I believe is all tied into that. You really haven't been cleansing yourself, and so now you're snapping in the ways of old. That person observable reality is you're an angry person.
But the truth is you're an angry person. That's the part, Mo, you gotta accept.
No, the truth is
you're an angry person.
You have not, whatever is still rooted in that anger has not been, I don't know what the word is, pushed through,
you know what it is.
maneuver,
I'm still angry.
it hasn't been done. That hasn't been done. That hasn't been done to the point where you can now relax in that.
Yeah, because you're an angry person. That's all.
Because you're just an angry person. That's about belief. So you believe, you already said that people can't change. They are. They can mask or they can control. And you gave the example of you DJing in the club, saying if there's half naked women in there and you have a wife and kids at home, yeah. But it shouldn't be because you have.
I didn't agree to anything.
No, you said that you mask and you can control. You don't believe people can change.
Because you're an angry person. So when you snap in the middle of traffic, because you're an angry person and you lost control that day.
If that's how you want to frame it, okay.
No,
Just
that's
concede,
the framing.
Mo. It's okay.
That's the framing.
And everybody's angry.
It's okay.
Is an angry person.
That's the framing.
If that's the case, because his road rage is insane.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't have road rage. Like I don't be beeping.
No, that was just an example. What I was trying to use I was trying to use the example, but I didn't get to finish of what you said earlier when you said that like there's half naked women when you're DJing, but in your mind you have a wife whom you love, you have children whom you love at home, so you go home, right? I don't think that me personally. How I believe people should start framing it is not about what you have, it's about who you are. So you don't want to do it because you don't want to feel bad about going against what you have home, not the fact that you have these things at home.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, well that's a different.
I'm learning as I'm listening, and I'm starting to realize that my understanding of it is not terrible. And we have to be, because remember what you said, you have to be honest.
Sure.
You have to be honest. You are that person. You've been fostering these negative aspects for a long time, right? I was outside clapping cheeks way longer than I've been inside.
Sure. So
that's the key, right? So you like, I could definitely go ahead.
Which is insane because that's literally shadow work.
Yeah.
Shadow work is going to tell you I'm the bad guy.
What you call me?
Monster. I'm the demon.
I know what she call me?
And you want to change. And you want to change for self, not for an outside.
Shadow box. Shadow box.
Oh no, I thought she called me a shadow nigga. I ain't that dark. I don't know what the fuck she said.
That's colorism.
My bad, Trev and Mr. Fantastic. I ain't mean it like that.
She's dark too. Why you
all right, man.
She's dark? You just got a light on.
All right, man. I gotta go, man. Hey, Cheek, any final thoughts, man?
Nah, it was a very interesting show.
It was interesting.
Y'all be killing me. So yeah, shout out to Gary in the community college cheeks. He was clapping.
Oh yeah, they call him Gary Steele, man.
Gary the clapper.
Gary the clapper. That's not. Trev, any final thoughts, man? Welcome, man. I'm glad you made it today, man. You had some good offerings, Playboy.
Perfect. Yes, sir. All I'm gonna say is this: for anybody that's healing and on their journey, make sure you have somebody to grade it. That's all I'm asking. In your inner circle, I should say.
I like it. Mo, good shit today, man. Welcome, kiddo. What you got, man? Any final thoughts?
Probably not going to come back anytime soon.
Why? You did all right. You know what I'm saying? You did all right.
No way. I think way too much in the ethereal realm for most humans. Impossible.
No, I think the offers were good, right? I think we have to mine through it, right? Because you have a different understanding. You've been doing this. I'm a novice, like a layman to it, you know. But I have I have a presupposition regarding it, you know. And so the reason why we even had this show is because I got edified by Sherelle, by Shad about this shadow work stuff. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's actual. I just don't want people to be cosplaying this shit because then the actual people get drilled. You know what I mean? They get roped in with the cosplay, and now you can't tell the difference. You feel me?
Yeah, but don't you think that's happening? Whether it was, I mean, on YouTube or in real life, that's what humans do. That's why you have to try and create your own mind. Isn't that what humans do? They rope people into things. They categorize people and group people, so it's easy to say you're this and you're that. That's what.
Okay. What was your final thought though, without me interjecting?
Oh no. Yeah, because I can go back and forth on this all day. My final thoughts: don't be afraid to look in the mirror. Don't be afraid to be in the room. It's very troublesome and it's burdensome and it actually hurts quite a lot, but it's needed. It'll make you feel better in the end as you're going through it.
Yeah. No, 100%, 100%. Yeah, silence can be deafening when you're going through shit. That's for sure. EBD.
Yeah, this was a good topic. I just think the long way around in the word we want to use is accountability, right? And and to go to Trev's point, who gets to grade you? And when it comes to your inner circle, the only person that's going to know you looking from the outside in is going to be your confidant, which is usually your best friend. They've been with you since you were yay high. They know you better, sometimes better than you know yourself. And they can recognize and see when you've changed from this person to that person. They can hold you accountable by saying, hey, man, you messing up. Like they'll be honest and real with you because you tell that person things you don't tell your father, your brother, or anybody else, not even God. Your best friend knows more than God does. Just saying.
No doubt, EBD.
What?
Aaron.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Your best friend knows.
Sherelle, is his final thought.
Who is always with you.
Is his final thought, Sherelle, is his final thought. And let that white man be. Go ahead, Aaron.
So yeah, after listening to Hamp's final conversation with Mo, I've come to the conclusion that to be healed is a destination, right? There has to be a list of criteria that you're seeking to achieve in order to consider yourself on the path towards healing. Now, I do believe the work is ongoing if you want to maintain your residence at said location. So with the example that I used about with traffic, today is a day that, you lost your cool in traffic, right? Well, tomorrow's a new day, get it back. But the idea is to not snap out in traffic. That's the goal and destination. When you get there, you have to maintain being there. Now, if you're going to sit here and go through life saying that I'm seeking a relationship and I'm having issues with seeking a relationship, and that is a result of the world being at fault because I've healed, and you don't have a destination that you can point to say you're healed and other people to confirm the fact that you have arrived at that destination, then nobody's going to believe you. You got to look inward when you find out why your relationships are failing. You're the common denominator. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. We all need to continue to strive to be better. Mo, welcome. Great job. I kind of understand the esoteric. I'm good at bridging the gap between religion, objective reality, and ethereal thinking. I study physics, right? I kind of am good at that. You don't know that about me, but just try to approach me with an empty cup, so to speak. I think
that time, but you was playing games.
No, I wasn't. See that, and there you go. I am being 100% genuine in my line of questioning, and I was genuinely seeking understanding. Right? I'm just very good at putting things together. I study physics. You know what I mean? So, but the ethereal and esoteric does not get lost. Oh, well, so right. So there you go. Think numerically, and we'll be just fine. DJ Ham, well done, bro. Thanks again.
It is not numerical, sir.
Hmm? Mr. Fantastic.
Brother.
Yeah, good show, man. Good topic. Y'all be careful how deep you go in these dark corners and darkness of yourself or whatever, because a lot of y'all niggas easy to get lost. That's all I'm gonna say. And don't be out here playing with them cards, them stones, and all that devil shit. All right. Y'all niggas done told you now niggas doing too much white people activity. All right. Y'all stop that shit.
Yeah. That's a fact, man. It's interesting to me, man. as we
You
mine
want
through
to
it.
talk about the pastor, Dylan, and the boys. Then the cards is devil. So which one? In
Hey,
between?
hey, Mo, it's final thoughts.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
It's interesting, man. Just diving into all this shit. It's a fantastic point. I'm skeptical about a lot of this therapy shit and all that because it comes from the Greeks and the boy lovers, man. You know what I mean? The Athenians and shit like that. And we going off of their ideology to figure out ours. They not the same people as us. I'm not to say throw it all away, but understand it before you apply it to yourself. You know? I've seen people that I love and respect benefit from doing this type of work when they went into a place to really understand, you know, are they still that 8-year-old boy or 7-year-old girl and shit like that? And I've seen them come out better for it. So that's why I try to understand it and give it credence, you know? But you know, I think the skepticism allows you to look at it more objectively and mine through it to see what's what. So it's interesting to me, you know, for sure. Rel, what you got, man?
Perfect.
Give me the fuck.
Wow.
This was a good show. Thank y'all, everybody that was coming. Thank you, Mo. It's always glad to see new people join the panel. You know, I hope you do come back soon. You can come back tonight for the girls. It's a little less
You want to
pressure.
come on the girl show, Mo?
Yeah, the girl show is less pressure. We do get like a lot of strong personalities with the men. So don't feel unwelcome because we're happy that you hit the link. Okay. Thanks to everybody who super chatted, everybody who liked the stream, everybody who subscribes, everything y'all do. We love y'all. You know, thanks, HAMP, for providing the space and the conversation. On the topic, I would just honestly say, as a person that's healing, you do get to a point where you have to understand that a lot of it's going to just happen to be you and the Most High, because things that you do that nobody else can see, the Most High always can. And you're going to have consequences for all the shit you think you're doing in the dark, because you can't hide, right? But what I can understand about the healing process, it is a lifelong process, okay? You come to this planet to heal. But having a healing conversation for people who actually are in that world is just like having a conversation with an atheist about God. You do not believe, and it is not my job to convince you. And when you try to have a conversation with an atheist about God, typically it's very disingenuous. And your spirit picks up on that, and you honestly don't want to be as open as you can be to it. So it's different things that it doesn't make sense for me to share. But I do think that a healing journey for your spirit, for your soul, to keep it cleansed, is very lucrative for your life. I know a lot of people don't believe. I would say Cheeky would understand if it benefited me because he knows me. But other people who feel like it's okay to disrespect me and then I curse them out, they're gonna say Sherelle never healed at all from nothing. And I understand that, and integrating with your shadow is understanding that some people gonna have to feel your fire. I'm not gonna ask God to feel my fire because some of you niggas need to burn. Because I believe it's a time and a place for everything. And you think that somehow when we love God, that means we're supposed to be weak. You think that God people are supposed to get on the ground and let you stomp all over us. Or we're not godly. But that's not the God that created us. God ain't create, that ain't the God that we would serve. A God that expects you to be pushed around or bitched around. That's not who I serve. So why would I be a reflection of that? I don't get that confused that when you integrate with your shadow, that your darkness ain't still there. Your shadow makes you prevalent to understand that darkness ain't never going nowhere. It's there for a reason. Because when it's time for lights out, nigga, it's time for lights out. It's a time and a place for everything. Okay? But other than that, love y'all, you know? Be good.
Yo, man, directioncyop.com. Get your tickets to DC. DC is it, man. That shit gonna be amazing. You know what I mean? Jump in the Discord. It's an interesting conversation that will most likely continue, for sure. There's a lot of shit though. You know what I mean? And don't listen to EBD. God, the Most High, is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent. That means all powerful, everywhere at once, and all knowing. Okay. So that little dorky ass best friend you had in the sandbox don't know shit compared to the Most High. All right. He probably in jail. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man.
Crazy.
Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend.
And we out.